Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 48 of the Hot Path Show. I'm joined in here by Skyglow Softworks, this amazing lineup of developers here behind the brand new game, Annihilate the Spans. And we're going to be talking all about it here today. Very excited to get into it. It's a real-time strategy base builder game built with Unity dots and ECS, even using an older version of Unity ECS, version 0.51. So we're going to be talking about all sorts of things related to some of the technical stuff about development, and even just kind of like, marketing and launching a successful game and all that. So yeah, very excited to have you all in here. Welcome in, everybody. Great to have you here.
Yeah, Johnny, thanks for having us. Nice to be here.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. So I think before we get into things, let's just kind of go around the room here real quick and just introduce everybody and just give a little brief introduction into what you do, what your role is at the studio, any prior development experience you might have, just to give people like a general sense of who y'all are. So let's just go ahead and start with Luke. How's it going? And yeah, talk a little bit about yourself.
Hi.
Here.
I'm slightly panicking trying to abridge my role in what I do, because we all do a bajillion things.
Oh yeah, of course.
We all do a bit of everything.
Three-person studio. So, yeah, you're all going to be wearing a bunch of hats.
So
I get it.
Indeed.
It's difficult to distill down what I'm most responsible. I mean, I'm a developer at Skyglow Softworks. I'm a director of the company. We're all directors. And I do most of that, I guess, the kind of core architectural programming. I also do some 3D modeling and story writing and all sorts of shenanigans and whatever, as well as kind of dots tech development and whatever else needs to happen. Yeah, so just general tech stuff.
Excellent. And did you have any prior experience yet to doing any of this stuff here?
A little bit, yeah. I'd been working for about 2 years before, sort of learning game development, and then many years before that, but on different engines and kind of messing around with stuff. So I had many years of kind of messing around with coding and general shenanigans, but nothing really impressive. It's mostly just kind of learning and trying to get somewhere. And then finally I found these two, and we had an actual small team to do something that actually mattered. So yeah, there's a lot of just messing around, basically.
Awesome. That's very good.
It's nothing significant.
Very good. So Brendan, how about yourself? What are your primary jobs at the company?
Hi, yeah, I'm Brendan. Like Luke said, we're a 3-person team. We do a bit of everything. I mainly focus on 3D modeling, art direction, like the 3D art direction specifically. We don't have proper 2D art yet. It's coming.
Well, the UI. You also help with the UI.
You did most of that, but yeah, I do.
I made it.
Sure, yeah. I guess in general, I would say I do a lot of the designing and kind of planning out how things should look, should function, etc. And Luke and Alex tend to do more implementation side. But I work with them and figure out what's possible to do. What's you could almost say I tend to essentially do the equivalent of like on as far as technical side, the equivalent of pseudocode.
Okay.
And then albeit less formal. More just figuring out how things ought to work, and then not actually being
right. Just kind of like giving the high level overview, and then just hand it off to the other guys and be like, here you go, have fun.
Vaguely, yeah. I mean, we all do a bit of that, but yeah. Aside from that, I do the bulk of 3D modeling. Aside from we each have one faction. Luke does the Kantalan, I do the Valkyrie, Alex does the Tychon.
Okay.
But I've also done all of the minor factions and like the kind of enemy only factions that you encounter in the campaign, most of the world objects, and I helped a little bit with some of the modeling of other factions as well. But yeah.
Awesome. Very cool stuff. And Alex,
balancing, I guess.
Welcome in. How about yourself? What are your kind of main roles at the company besides doing a little bit of everything?
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Of course.
Yes. So as we know, I'll mention that I do have responsibility for one of the major factions, But past that, my primary areas have been into perhaps data structures and also for instance, the grid system and structure system of our game. So I tend to lean towards some of the more code heavy but not very visual aspects, including also the AI. Basically I like pretty strange code, and I like seeing where performance can be pushed, and I like seeing what new you can learn in terms of be it ECS, compute shaders, or so on. But we haven't used much of that yet in ATS.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like that term, strange code. That's a cool.
Yeah. No, Alex.
sure-
Alex deals with the esoteric nonsense that I don't want to deal with. So this is we have a wonderful subdivision of code where I have the kind of more broad general experience with stuff that I handle, and then there's all of the very specific shenanigans I don't want to deal with, and Alex loves that stuff and he does it really well. So it's a beautiful little subdivision that we handle.
Yeah, it's actually kind of great. We all cover the areas that the other ones of us don't want to do.
That's a good way to structure a team.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess speaking on that, let's talk a little bit about how this team came to be. I mean, you guys are all in different parts of the world, so like, how did you all get connected, and how did like this grow into something that's like, hey, like not only let's make a game together, but I mean, you guys have been developing this game for a couple years. Like, it's been. I'm sure there are a lot of teams who might have fizzled out over that time. So
Sure.
it's a testament that you guys have been able to stay together for this period of time. So talk a little bit about how you guys all got connected.
Brendan,
Yeah,
you can take this one.
Sure, I'll start us off at least. So we actually all started off as we met each other because we were all modders for the game Reassembly. I don't know if anyone here has heard of that. It is a sort of vector-based spaceship builder, and where you design and build ships, and you can either pilot them or have the AI control them. And the game is very, very, very moddable. Probably one of the easiest games to mod that I've ever seen. And yeah, we just were people in that community who made mods for the game and kind of got to know each other through the modding and tournament scene for that. And we started this over COVID while that was going on, and we were all locked in our rooms with nothing better to do, right? We're like, okay, well, all of us are somewhat interested in game development. We've done mod development. We've made, essentially the main thing we did was like making custom factions and such in that game. So we all had, that takes essentially some game design adjacent sort of thing. So we're all like, okay, we're all somewhat interested in game dev, and that was kind of the sort of general career direction, or direction in general that we were all vaguely interested in aiming toward. So we were like, let's try a thing. Why not? Right? We didn't start on ECS. We started on just basic Unity. Let's figure out, first of all, how the hell do you make a game? None of us had any, well, aside from Laps. Laps was the only one who had done a bit. Alex and I had no prior actual...
Just kind of doing mod support was sort of your main entry into game dev.
Yeah. We had done modding. We had not done... Actually, did you do a little bit, Alex? I forgot.
Yes, I had for the previous 1.5 maybe years, dabbled in Unity tutorials and just going through the motions of opening the editor, making some blocks move around and so on, and getting familiar with the terminology. But I haven't made a project that was playable.
Right.
Before that.
I think I remember seeing Alex talking in probably the modding channel of the Reassembly Discord and being like he had messed with Unity. Somehow we were talking about things, and I was like, Alex, we should just make something. Here, come on, let's like work together. And then I think Alex went off and roped in Owl somehow. I don't know how that
I
happened
think so, yeah.
because I wasn't part of the conversation.
A while ago, but I
Yeah.
think it was Alex who like came and grabbed me.
No, it was definitely Alex. I didn't do
Yeah.
it. So and then we set a date. It's like first of January of 2020 or something.
Yeah, it was just
We
like
all sat
let's
down.
see what we can make by then.
Yeah. So I had a bit of experience in Unity because I'd done like a year course in it, and I'd been working in it for like about a year, just trying to. I had a job. I forgot about that. Hang on.
I did have a job at the time.
I had a job for about 6 months working on a Unity multiplayer thing for children and therapists. So I had some experience, and I wanted to, I wanted to help Alex learn it, and then Owl was interested. And so yeah, we all got in a thing, and we went like, "Hey, what's like a simple game we could try to build in Unity?" And we were like, "Hey, obliterate everything, guys!" Right?
Yeah, if I don't know how familiar you or anyone in the chat is, but Obliterate Everything is a series of Flash games made by C.W. Wallace, which was pretty popular back in the day when Flash was not dead. Rip Flash. I miss Flash. But yeah, so it was essentially a simplified RTS, which that's real-time strategy for anyone. Surprisingly, many people don't know that acronym. Anyway, but yeah, the it's a sort of simplified RTS where you're not controlling units. You are just managing your economy and building base facilities. And you build shipyards, they spawn ships, which act under their own AI and go out and seek targets and attack and such. Pretty straightforward. It was something we thought, like, yeah, we can make something adjacent to this in a reasonably short time frame.
Yes, so just vaguely to add on to that, at least the third game in the series did have passed 1 million plays on Congregate. So
Nice.
it was a quite big and surprising many people know about it. And so we three got together, and we have had previously seen large multiple people projects start and end in the reassembly Discord server. So we knew that there were pretty big risks to trying to do a project with multiple people who don't ever see each other in person. So yeah, it was important to try to see, okay, we have roughly 2 weeks. Can we work as a team? And is it actually feasible to make something? And luckily that did succeed for us. And we went on to, okay, cool guys, we can actually try to make a proper project.
Nice. That's a good way to start, kind of a little proof of concept. So what was kind of like this decision originally to use Unity? Was it mostly just because like some of you guys had like a little bit of experience with it already, and you're like, hey, this is available, it's free to use, yada yada yada.
Just because I had experience.
Same
with it,
reason
now,
everyone else.
Labs had some experience in it, and it's accessible.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I'll sit you two down. We'll learn it, and we'll make some stuff. Let's go. So yeah, it's just a long janky ride of figuring out Unity and everything else. It's great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It
So
was
then
all-
what I was just gonna ask, what kind of happened like after that little proof of concept? Like did you kind of want to expand off that project, or what was kind of the next things that happened after that?
Alex, what do you want to say quickly?
Well, I was just going to say that, yeah, as previously said, Unity was also the only engine I had dabbled in. So 2 of us had touched Unity, 1 of us had touched no engine, so it was sort of obvious.
Mm-hmm. And I was interested in learning Unity specifically at the time, which was, I think, also how you kind of roped me into this.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
So I think I had expressed that I was interested. Yeah, I'd been interested in Unity for a while, and it's like I just hadn't really found the time and began dabbling in it.
Yeah, so I think after we took 2 weeks. We literally set a deadline, which is nice.
And do you remember what year this was, by the way?
I can literally go back to the
This was kind of during
group
COVID times,
chat
right?
on Discord from when we first did this. Let me search for filter by oldest posts.
I think we already tried to find it.
We
can't
did.
remember what
It doesn't cover everything, but it does get relatively
far.
close.
Mhm.
Which was the first message sent was Monday, October 19th, 2020 at
There you go.
5:21 a.m.
Yeah.
All
So,
right.
yeah. No, yes, because we had we previously had another group chat before that. We had the original group chat, and then so we did something with that, and then we made another one.
Yeah.
There was some weird anyway, but yes, no. So it was So yeah, we literally was like the first of. Now I know there was the 1st of January that we started because I remember being like, it's gonna be new year. We're gonna start it off. We're gonna blah blah, and then we ended like 2 weeks later. So the 14th of Jan, which by the way, amusingly means we released ATS 4 years to the day after that. But that's a bit of
That's
fun.
cool.
Also
Yeah.
today's the 30th anniversary of 30th anniversary. It's been 30 days since we released ATS.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that,
30
like, because I was on the
30 days
store
ago.
page and I saw it was January 14th. So I'm like, oh, that'd be a month ago tomorrow. So yeah, I guess
Literally.
30 days from today. So
which is really funny. But yeah, so we finished the little prototype. We had fun. Now listen. I've always had aspirations of trying to build a little game studio. Right, I'm trying to make games, and building them even by myself is a pain in the ass, an enormous pain in the butt. So we built a functional by prototype standards little version of OE in like 2 weeks. It's like, wow, this is crazy. This is really
actually
great.
fairly fun. We enjoyed messing around with it enough to decide to just that was the thing we were going to make.
Just got it. Owl made rockets and lasers and stuff, and I did like unit targeting. Oh, so much shenanigans we somehow got working.
Yeah, we
Alex
just kind of
got
enjoyed figuring out how to add things to this because it's a very simple project, right? You want to add something, it takes you can do it within a day, so it's very we were able to do very rapid iteration on it, right? Which is a lot easier to keep motivation on than something if we'd launched immediately into something like this where it takes a week of suffering to add one minor feature, I don't think we would have made it.
No, not at all.
Our first thing was like,
so
I want to add carrier ships to this, and I was like, okay, I can just think about how to do this for a little bit, and then throw together some code, test it in 30 seconds after I've written it, and just hit play and iterate upon it until it works. And it takes me a couple of hours. It's great. I can just do something and see it function. Which this again was all pre-dots. I see everybody comments in the comments, but I tried joining it. YouTube wouldn't let me anyway. But yeah, dots came a little bit later. At this point, we were still working in just basic Unity.
Yeah. So yeah, that made things really fast, so we could make something 2 weeks, and we had a lot of fun. And because of that, yeah, we had the energy emotionally to be like, okay, yeah, let's try something a bit more.
Didn't know quite what you're getting into yet.
Yeah. So sorry. Let me just quickly elaborate on that a little bit, just to clarify. So yeah, this first prototype we made was 2-dimensional instead of 3. It was made in basic Unity. Yeah. Just free assets, free sprites that we grabbed off some asset pack. It was none of anything was our assets except for a couple of explosion effects and stuff. And we made it in a couple of weeks. It was not in dots at all. We hadn't even considered dots yet. It was made in base Unity. The performance was frankly fairly terrible, but it was ultimately a prototype. So we essentially prototyped the game in non-dots Unity.
Right.
We figured out the general gist of how it would work and made the kind of underlying structure. None of the code got reused really, but we made it do essentially what we wanted it to do in base Unity as a bit of a proof of concept, and then rebuilt the project from scratch in dots later down the line.
Yeah, succinctly put. Yeah. So yeah, after we had finished, so once we had our prototype done, what was also very nice and motivating is that we had a finished prototype. We had packaged it nicely, cleaned it up, and
I remember. I think you even showed it to me. You're like, "Hey, this is like something that we can, it's like an actual game, like people can play."
Okay,
maybe someday we sell it for like $1 or something.
0.5 cents. Oh, that's 0.5 cents. But yeah, so like $1. We'll clean it up and make it nice, and we'll sell it for $1. Be a beautiful dollar. But no, it was like, it was just really fun. So we literally had friends playing it and being like, "This is kind of fun and dumb. This is great, nice." So it was like really nice to it was an excellent motivator. And so then we had the strength to like keep going for a couple months. So originally, when I was trying to motivate that we continue and make something more, because Brendan's been doing university throughout all of this, and Alex has been doing like college and all sorts of other shenanigans throughout all of this. I've been the guy with like no job and everything goes on this, right? So, so from the beginning, I when we were starting out, we weren't originally looking at dots. We were trying to just let's try to make this version 2 of this, right? It could be done in like 6 months. Who knows, right? Like it's like saying it's simpler but more advanced. But then Alex was like, "Hey guys, there's this new ECS dots thing. We should probably give it a go." And I was initially stubborn and scared and like, I don't know if I want to do this.
Eventually, and was that mostly just because like some of the performance issues that you're running into with the game, like with the existing prototype, like as things started to scale up, like the performance started dropping. So you're like, okay, maybe we need to rethink our approach here. Was that kind of like the initial thing that dots kind of piqued your interest on?
It was, wow, this thing is horrendously naive and extremely slow and very laggy. So yes, and dots promised a bajillion performance, of which it has luckily delivered on very nicely.
Yes.
So luckily Alex managed to convince me to do that, otherwise we probably wouldn't be here today.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
No problem.
We're very glad that our game runs at like 60 frames per second and not 1/10 of one.
Yeah. Well, it would be either that or it'll be like 1/100th of the amount of units. Imagine that. That'd be so lame.
Right.
So it'd be boring.
It'd be very boring. So so Alex and I basically did most of the like dots tech dev in terms of figuring it out for how it should work for our game. And so like the first 2 years was just me and Alex just fighting against all of the tech and performance issues that we had in figuring out. Sorry, Alex, you've been trying to say stuff. Sorry, I've literally not been realizing. Do you want to talk?
So adding on to that, since the nature of this game called Obliterate Everything is you build structures and they just keep in the original game at least, maybe every 10 seconds spawning a ship and it goes off doing its own thing, means that, if you have 100 yards, like you've made 100 factories, they just keep spamming and they keep going around and doing things and shooting.
That like exponential growth almost.
So the whole nature of this genre, if we can call it that, because it's a very specific type of RTS. It's not a normal one. You don't control the units, you build the base. It's very performance intensive in nature because it really can't ever have too much performance. Like if you make a platformer or something like that, of course that things will work normally, right? Like you don't need that much performance, and more performance won't make the game better. But here, the more performance you have, the larger battles you can have, and the cooler everything can get. So it was sort of the perfect application of dots, I would argue. And but we definitely had to fight through it, because I believe we started around 0.16 version of dots. So documentation was non-existent. Things were breaking version to version. So we basically had to figure out things. Like we had early issues, like trying to rotate something, but it became larger instead because we messed up the quaternions.
I messed up the quaternions. Hang on, that's my fault. You don't get to take this away from me. I was manipulating the W axis on something, and it was very naive, but I was just trying to see what would happen, and then the whole thing just went like, whoomp. It was amazing. It's like, I didn't realize rotation could make something scale. What an interesting motion.
I was enjoying myself learning Blender while these two were just suffering.
Oh,
you're like over here having a great time doing the little donut
I'm
tutorial.
like, yeah,
and they're like,
let's make some space. I literally just made like the first quarter of the Valkyrie faction while these two were dying.
You're like, guys, I got all our game assets done. And they're
thankfully,
like,
I
don't
did
have an
not
engine
want
put
to have
it in.
anything to do with that. I'm so thankful that they were willing to do that.
Oh man. Yeah, no, Brandon just like one day got back from like university or something. He's like, hey, guys, I'm just going to build an Eyrie, slaps down the biggest capital ship in the entire game. Very, like a more rudimentary version of the model, but he basically just sat down and modeled a whole set of really good looking ships and just went like, yeah, lol, there you go, guys. All right, see you another like week. And he just buggered off. It was great. It was amazing. It was what a time to be alive. So it was very fun. Yeah, we had a lot of fun just kind of messing around with stuff. And of course, go ahead.
Oh,
Please.
sorry. I was just going to say it's actually what I was intending to say before, but oh god, I've forgotten again. Why am I so scatterbrained?
Take a second. Take a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just to clarify, because I imagine people here aren't deeply familiar with our game. Part of why dots is so critical to us is because by the nature of the game, there is no unit cap. Your shipyards will produce stuff forever. The unit cap is literally when your computer stops functioning. And we just kind of structure the game so that you generally the match ends before that becomes a problem. But the cap with dots is, for most people running our game, something like 50,000 units. Without dots, that number would be drastically
50.
lower. Yeah.
50, yeah, probably about 500. Yeah, it's probably about as much as we
And actually, so this might be a good time. Do you want to play the trailer for your game real quick, just so people can?
Sure.
Oh yeah, you're welcome to.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and pull this up here. Annihilate the spans.
Response.
I love it. I think that's yeah. I mean, it kind of shows like the general idea of what you're saying. Basically, you're kind of like building this base with all these little units that just continually spawn these ships off, and they go do their own thing. So yeah, cool, super cool concept. And so yeah, again, I mean, it sounds like you guys kind of like almost had the idea for this game like really from the beginning. Like you kind of created this prototype that is like essentially a 2D version of like what this game ended up being, and then you're like, hey, let's just keep this momentum going and make a full 3D version of that, right?
In fact, for quite a while, the game was actually in 2D. Still, it was kind of 3D 2D for a little bit, and then we decided to
like a 2D perspective with 3D models, essentially. You mean?
Yeah, basically everything was on the same Y plane, which, as you would imagine, is very, very lame. So, luckily, we eventually uncapped that. And made it go all the way up to, we have quite a big like height plane.
We entered the third dimension.
So ships could go up and down, and that of course introduces a number of problems, but it's a lot of fun problems to deal with in the end. And the game just looks gorgeous for it, which is wonderful. So yeah, there was just kind of a lot of kind of visionary improvement and general shenanigans that went on to kind of all the way along the development that changed kind of how it ended up looking, which was very nice.
Awesome.
And yeah,
So what were as you kind of like started developing like the what ended up being like the real the true version of Annihilate the Spans here, like what were some of like the earlier tasks that you were tackling, and some of like maybe some of the biggest hurdles to get past, other than fighting with dots and ECS code base that was very sparsely documented at that point
and changing all the time.
Yeah.
No, for the longest time it was just generally getting a good handle on how to work nicely with ETS. It was ECS. The first year was basically just trying to understand ECS. Second year we kind of had a decent amount of understanding on it, so at that point we could start working on things like unit targeting and turret behaviors and all these kind of more complicated shenanigans. But probably the thing we fought with the longest is the biggest part of the game's performance draw, which is just raw unit targeting. So, you've got all these thousands of spaceships, and you need them to find a good target to fight. And you want to give them a whole bunch of parameters that make them intelligent enough that the player doesn't want to control them. Because this is a game where you're not supposed to control the units, so the units need to be smart enough that, like, you're willing to be like, oh, okay, fine, all right, go off my little ships, go do your job. So all of that involves a lot of complicated targeting and a lot of like very constant targeting updates. In other kind of more conventional strategy games, you can tell a unit, hey, go do this thing, and it never does. It doesn't need to think about what it's doing again for 20 seconds. It doesn't have to care. But in ATS, every unit is fully responsible for its current action, so it needs to be checking like every second, every couple of frames or what have you. So for a very long time in our game, and I'm saying like 3 years, we had a every single frame targeting system update, which is massive overkill, but that's what we had for quite a long time. And so a lot of our performance was born out of just making that run well. Of you have all these units in area, make a quad tree, query them. Oh, okay, maybe that's too slow. We'll do a hash map. We do all sorts of tech shenanigans to try to find a nice way of how do we find our closest targets? How do we do this quickly and reliably? And then how do we make that work nicely? So that is the biggest performance and technical challenge that we had, was just getting units to see one another and shoot the right thing. And then, of course, there's game balance, which is kind of more so Brendan's thing. But I mean, of course, game balance took a very long time of just kind of figuring out how we wanted things to work.
And then making
systems support
trial and error sort of thing.
Very much trial and error sort of thing.
Yeah. Is that kind of your approach to game balance? Is just kind of like playing it a lot, experimenting with like different combinations of how you can build a base and
essentially, we've got some. The closest thing we have to unit tests, well, I suppose they're unit tests in a very literal manner. We have a test level in the game, which just is a giant field with little sets of units set up to fight each other, that we think are kind of relevant. Particularly, there are obviously way too many units to test every possible interaction, but some unit interactions that we felt were kind of important and representative. We just take a look at how things work in that map every update to make sure that, the side that's supposed to be winning in each one of those encounters is winning, and, by a reasonable amount, not like completely sweeping where they should be winning by a small margin.
Yeah.
And beyond that, we have, thankfully, a group of volunteer testers that we made a Discord for this relatively early on. So they are people who were in the Discord server and seem to have generally seem to be reasonable sorts of people, and we just kind of invited them to be testers. And they've done a great job of just playing the game. We spend all of our time developing the game. We don't have that much time to just straight up play it.
Yeah.
So they do, and they put in much more hours than we do in terms of actually just playing the game. And they're often able to spot things that we don't, where, they'll ask us is this interaction supposed to work the way it is? Or such and such is broken and just straight up doesn't function correctly, or what have you, right?
Yeah. How did you kind of start to grow your community and find these play testers? Was it just kind of putting things out there online about the game you're making, or did you kind of go back to that original mod community, and is that kind of how you started? Getting a little bit of a community going for people doing playtesting and everything.
Yeah.
As far as I can remember, basically all of our original playtesters are from the reassembly server. Yeah, we sent out. We said like, "Hey guys, look, we're making a video game. You want to come have a look?" I don't remember fully, but I'm pretty sure that's
the
where
Obliterate Everything 3 server as well.
Oh
We got
yeah,
some from there as well.
That makes sense, I guess. Yeah, if the game's kind of inspired off of it, so
it's
probably a big crossover.
Essentially a spiritual successor. Also, unfortunately, the creator of that game actually was working on Obliterate Everything 4, and he helped us with some of the very early work on our first prototype. Unfortunately, he passed away. Like about 2 years ago by now.
Yeah.
So that one isn't happening. So a lot of people from that community kind of looked to us as the only existent spiritual successor of the genre.
CW Wallace.
There's a bit of community overlap there, I'd say.
Yeah, he helped Alex with some of the early AI stuff. You can talk about that if you'd like to, Alex.
Yeah, Alex, I was just going to ask you, what were your kind of main things that you were working on in the earlier stages of development?
Well, so in the earliest stages of development, it was just me, doing like searches, how to make Unity fast, right? Like, starting somehow. And then
more
you
RAM.
find this, yeah, exactly. And then you find this cryptic, wow, dots thing. Wow, okay, cool. And then I like look through things, and you obviously have like the headline number. I think it's like 1,150 times faster or something from like one of the projects. You have probably read it all.
Yeah.
So you had like existing examples of like, okay, certain tasks go incomparably faster. So that was initially it's like research and making this digestible for the other two people I'm working with. So it sounds sane. So it doesn't sound like we are trying to work in assembly. So it was just a lot of, again, like I know that we want to talk about not just struggle with dots, but early on it really was a lot of struggle, especially with the documentation, which is not as relevant anymore. I do have to say that the documentation today, as well as the errors and warnings that Unity gives you, and the lack of crashing, there was a lot of crashing early on.
Yeah, shout out Unity dots teams.
Yes. Yeah. So a lot of that has changed, I will argue. Especially
I'd agree.
I do also periodically make new projects to like make a tech demo or something like that for personal development. And you don't have the same issues as in the past. It's much easier to get started now. Unity can sufficiently guide you with the errors and the documentation. So that has changed a lot now, I would say.
Now, I know we're kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here, but are some of these like side projects that you've been working on, are these with Unity ECS 1.0 stuff?
Yes, these are primarily in 1.0, but for now they are smaller and they are mostly tech demos, some of them working, some of them not. So it's nothing you could like try at the moment.
Yeah, and I guess, have you found a lot of things that you like in the newer versions of ECS, like just as far as features go and the kind of general workflow?
Yes, I will say a lot is promising. I will argue one of the largest improvements is iSystem over system base. Not only does it reinforce trying to not use references and things like that, because you can't, like, it's even harder to keep references than with system base across systems. The performance is great, and also a bit more less visible. Things like burst and Unity collections and so on has like had new types added since 0.51. Like, for instance, there are some burst intrinsics, like the math functions. So there is just more to work with. Like they have filled out most of the holes we previously had. So yeah, it's reasonable to mostly do what you want to do. And also the editor is far more responsive than the 2022 or something that we
2021.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
so unfortunately, we're still stuck in 0.51 land
Yeah.
on Unity 2021, which is, I think you'll notice, that's 4 years less than the current year. It's a bit. So the greatest problem, well, the greatest problem, one really annoying problem for us is that like halfway through development, ECS 1.0 came out, right? And finally, ECS got back to being developed because for a long time we were just we were on Zach 0.8.
Yeah, there was a dead period, I think, after like 0.17, yeah. And then after 0.50 as well, yeah.
0.51, because we're on 0.51. We're just stuck. That's what we have. We're stuck on that for eternity. Eventually 1.0 comes out, and it's like, should we try to upgrade this? And like I literally took the project and tried to upgrade it, and everything exploded. It was amazing. It was great.
Yeah.
There was a whole bunch of like horrifying workarounds that I had done in 0.51 that were now screaming their heads off in 1.0, because Unity were like, "Hey, bro, you shouldn't be doing this," and I'm like, "I know, I'm doing it anyway."
But I did it anyway.
So 0.51 luckily allows us a little bit more leeway than we should have. So there's a bunch of like janky things that I've actually removed them by now. Everything's been kind of cleaned up, but for a very long time there were a number of janky workarounds for the way that our object-oriented systems interfaced with the actual systems, with the ECS systems. Because if you have a game world and you want to clear a whole set of entities, when do you do that in the frame? How do you tell a system to do it? Do you do it just via like entity manager in the in whatever object is calling it, or do you use something's ECB, an entity command buffer, in whichever entity command buffer system you have? And I was trying to get it. There was always a bunch of shenanigans. So yeah, part of it was also just me learning to be less terrible with my usage of ECS. But yeah, so unfortunately at the moment we're stuck in 0.51 land because there's just far too much work to upgrade.
Yeah.
But recently,
well, so I guess what kind of went into that decision to say, hey, rather than like going through all this headache to rework a bunch of things and fix all the issues to get us up to speed on 1.0. I guess what kind of went into that decision? Like, did you feel you guys were like getting close to a release at that point? And you're like, let's just stick with what we got and just kind of push through to the end. Like, what were those kind of conversations and decisions like?
The main consideration was we need to finish this game and sell it so that we can make money and not starve to death. that was legitimately, genuinely the primary
that is the indie game dev story.
We've been working on it for too long. At that point, we're like, we just need to finish it and get it shipped, at least into early access, so we can start getting paid something, because we all had no income whatsoever, and it's like,
still don't.
Steam will pay us soon.
No, I mean until we release the game. That's what I mean. I just mean
sure,
30 days ago. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But no, it's really just out of necessity.
Yeah, literally just we do not have the time to go and rework all this and learn 1.0 and go update the entire code base, because our code base is massive. Like we have a lot of systems doing a lot of stuff. Yeah. There's so much shenanigans with. I say shenanigans. It's not like insane, but there's a lot of small intricate details that have to be handled, a whole variety of system behaviors and interactions. Our game is actually surprisingly competent in handling really weird edge case scenarios, and that was entirely unexpected. That's just the nature of systems being like really nice. So like our unit handling and the way we do bullets and weapons and all this stuff kind of meshes together all quite nicely, but it results in a lot of systems that are quite complicated, in kind of a nice way, I suppose.
Line count, no idea, I'm afraid.
Line count.
Happen to know?
Where's
sorry,
it's one of those metrics where it's like if you're not actively tracking it, it's
now at the
kind of hard to.
Wait, hang on. What? Recover selected file. Oh. God, you know what happened? So I left my computer on yesterday evening when I went to bed, and I woke up and Windows had restarted, which murdered my VS and everything in it. So here's an with the response. We can go analyze, calculate code metrics for solution, and let's see what this gives us. It's thinking. It's thinking very odd. Lines of executable code, 26,000. Lines of source code, 86,000. There you go.
All
yeah,
right.
there you go. 86,000 lines of source code. If that matters to you, great. I don't know what that means. So
Yeah.
that's what we have. But no,
Also,
the game is just very big and very, very capable and very complex. Alex, go.
Yeah. Just on the note, transitioning from 0.51 to 1.0, there are also some breaking changes. Like, the transform system was completely reworked.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, we also went from offering components to baking systems.
Yeah.
So the Unity really was like, okay, this is the last time we have to completely redo from scratch all the parts of ECS that are bad. And they did it. And they did warn us that, hey, before 1.0, no one should really be making something production with this. So it's kind of our fault, of course, us starting at 0.16. But yeah, so there are clearly a lot of breaking changes, and we will probably need at least a month or two to just simply, we just got line count, right? So there is a lot of lines that you will just have to fix the errors on,
Right. Yeah,
or change it to the new systems.
So
yeah.
I took our project and temporarily and force updated it to. So I copied the project, updated that, imported ECS 1.0 package. There are a few too many red lines. I'm not gonna lie.
Just flip the ECS 1.0 switch. It'll all work, right?
I like seeing over 732 error lines. That's great.
Yeah.
That's a really good emotion. That's a good
Love
emotion.
that.
So no, we luckily went, no, we're not going to do this. But yeah, that's the limitation of our system. There's a lot of junk in there. Yeah.
And then I think this kind of gets into maybe we can talk a little bit later about the future of this project, but is upgrading this project to 1.0 something that you would like to do, either prior to your full release, or
we have to at some point. Yeah. So at the moment,
I need to comment on.
Go, Alex.
Yeah, just to vaguely comment on that. It's sort of at least in my mind, it's a calculation between how much time do we have immediately and how much time do we want to waste by not upgrading and still working with the janky version of ECS. So, of course, we just went into early access a month ago, so it wasn't possible before then. It was very important that we got the content out and things that are more visible to the player. All the development side is not visible to the player, except for crashes or similar. But so yeah, the priorities are a bit mixed on that.
Yeah, and so at the moment we're experiencing a number of crashes in our system.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I know you had kind of mentioned that briefly to me, that you had some crashes.
Yeah.
Is that something that's happening frequently? Do you know how widespread of a problem it is?
So it's thankfully not it's hardware dependent, and it's very hardware random, which is annoying. So initially I thought it was a memory leak that I'd somehow created in our system.
Sure.
But there are people with 64 gigs of RAM that are crashing after only 4 hours of playing the game. And there are people with 16 gigabytes of RAM who never crash, which is a wonderful emotion to feel as a game developer when you have zero clue why things are reliably crashing. We actually now have a testing map which does crash reliably because it spawns 4,000 things at once, and that just kind of ECS loses its mind and explodes, which is great because now I can reproduce the error. Finally, that happened yesterday. But there's some kind of issue where the way we're destroying entities. so in your ECS system ordering, right, and you create entities in your, actually it'll be this side, in your initialization group, and then you go through your simulation world, and then optimally you destroy entities in the end simulation or in the beginning of the initialization buffer groups. That's
Right.
like the two.
Yeah.
That's the two places you must destroy
on the frame bounds, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Nowhere else, because anywhere else something could be operating on it or doing things. Even that actually has issues. So an adjustment I've made recently is this was, I can't remember who suggested this. Someone suggested this to me, and it's rather than doing any entity destroys on those frame timings, because you can also have things happening on those frame timings. You might want to like add other components or something, or do this or do that, whatever. So I moved a lot of our stuff into the initialization system group, all of our destroy stuff. But even then, there's other things that might want to operate on something in the initialization next time after all the other components have gone or whatever have happened. And so I broke it out into another system that's literally just a destroy entity system. And that happens directly after initialization. So if anything wants to destroy something, adds a destroy entity component, and then that all gets processed in this destroy entity system that happens in the initialization group and then after that system. And that cleans things up. And so we don't really get errors there anymore. But then there's now some kind of issue where if you destroy or create entities too quickly, the rendering batch system doesn't properly clear its batches, and it's the rendering system, when it's passing through all the entities that need to be rendered, all the rendering batches, it hits a batch that no longer exists and crashes the game. That's basically what happens.
Okay.
And I have zero clue where it's happening or why it's happening, to the point that I believe it's actually like a ECS 0.51 error. That after a certain quantity of entities or some unknown trigger condition, which is tied to spawning lots of stuff, once that's reached, the game just kaputs and goes like, okay, I can't handle this anymore. And so that's been my trauma of trying to solve for the last 30 days. So we might be approaching being forced to upgrade to 1.0 much sooner than intended, because I can't solve the problem
if we can't figure out some kind of other solution for this.
And I'm going to keep trying to solve the problem in 5.1 land anyway for like the next month, because we really can't afford to waste more time upgrading to 1.0.
Yeah,
but
I will say it might actually not be that bad, because like the next major milestone is I'll be working on the next campaign, which is all like level stuff. Additional levels won't break any more than existing levels. So that can actually continue to be worked on in parallel. If you guys want to, anyway, well, we'll talk about it after. But
you guys having your like daily stand up here on the hot
basically,
we're
having a little stand up.
I had previously thought we would kind of have to pause development for a while to work on that, but I'm just kind of realizing that
map files don't care. The map files don't care if we upgrade systems.
We can continue campaign dev, which is the main thing that needs to be done right now.
Yeah, I mean,
so maybe that's actually fine.
Nice. I hadn't thought about that, Bryn.
We could potentially, for the first time in the history of our project, actually use the branch feature of Plastic.
It's true.
So that we can work in parallel, because we generally just don't push any breaking changes that we might want to revert later. Like we generally try to polish up the work on our side, and then push. So we haven't actually had a big need for branches, and maybe it's a bad habit, but we do sometimes work on a change set for
too long,
or a few days or even weeks, or as I have at times when I was fighting with the AI.
We won't talk about it.
Yes, some amount.
A large amount of time. So Alex has handled a lot of our build grid systems and our base building AI. So the opponent AI that plays against you and builds stuff. And that's all quite a complicated system, because you need that thing to do a lot of operations very quickly, multiple times, per minute. And the building grid system as well is kind of like, it's just a massive hash. It's a massive array of positions stored and states of all sorts of redundancies. And so Alex has spent an extremely long time working on these systems and refining them, overhauling them multiple times, because we've had to make them faster, we've had to make them better, because otherwise they lag, or they have problems, or they do this and that. Because like surprising enough, if you want something else that's going to play kind of like a player with the same proper restrictions, it takes a surprising amount of work.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to have things put stuff down and not put things inside of other things, and you want to query for all sorts of shenanigans. So our grid system, which is to say, how do you know what space is occupied by a building? Because we're a base building game, so you put down buildings all over your base, and you need to track what areas are occupied, aren't occupied, and you need to be able to give this to the AI in a way that's easy for it to traverse, quickly find open spaces, and put stuff down. And that in and of itself is a very complicated process that's very performance demanding. And so Alex has had to go in and just work on that for an extremely long amount of time to figure out good, robust ways of handling it, to the point that we finally have a system that just doesn't care. It's just like, oh, you want to like search for a place to put this massive capital shipyard? Yeah, fine, I'll do that in like fraction of a millisecond. Boom, it's over there now. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that was another thing I wanted to talk about, because I know you guys have a bunch of like different AI systems in here, so I kind of want to know, your approach to some of these different systems. So I guess, what do you think that would be the most logical one to start with, like either the enemy base building or more kind of like the ship, kind of like how they determine what they need to do at any given time? Or are there any kind of particular one that you guys want to dive into first?
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure which one is the most presentably clear. I guess ship behavior would probably just be a good place to start. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah, that's probably fair. Our game, I guess one of the sort of different things about it is that the ships all have like at least our best attempt at giving them a relatively intelligent AI. Like they don't just, kind of standard AI for most RTS games, which let you manually control your units, is that if you're not controlling them, they're kind of stupid. Like they will just attack anything that happens to be within their weapon range, and generally aggro onto that and follow it until the end of time, even if that means walking into the enemy base and getting murdered. They won't attempt to. They don't really care what they're shooting at. Their movement isn't intelligent, so we tried to not do that.
Right.
We have like 50 different or aside from movement, which you'll talk about, I assume, most of our unit behavior is relatively simple conceptually. We just have like 50 different fields worth of targeting parameters, and like, so for example, the most basic one is just score for distance, which means that, if something is 100 meters away, it is calculated as having a target priority 10 times stronger than something that is 1 kilometer away, 10 times that amount. So most things just have an inherent distance preference, focus on things closer to you. But we also have things like focus on how much armor the target has. Some units have weapons that are better at piercing armor or worse at piercing armor, etc. So we have a preference for armor and a float value that controls like how much they prefer or disprefer armor. Score for health, unit class. I'm not going to list
all the basic things.
Yeah,
so is that kind of like what's happening? Like basically, like each individual ship is kind of like scanning, potential different ships that it can maybe attack, and it's kind of making a determination saying, oh, this one has an armor type that I'm stronger against. I'm going to kind of prioritize attacking that one.
Yeah, so we have our targeting system works in 2 layers. There's what we call macro targeting, which is what Luke was talking about, where we were involving stuff like hash maps. And we tried hash maps, we tried quad trees. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make this work the most performantly. Because macro targeting is it has to work over unlimited distances. This is a unit spawn, a unit exists at an arbitrary location anywhere, and has to figure out from there what is the best direction for me to go. So that is a relatively simple in terms of behavior, at least, if not code, system that just says, for things, if there's nothing near me, figure out which direction to go so that I will be close to something that is more relevant for me to do a detailed targeting check on. And then once ships are a bit closer, within their own sensor range, which is, essentially the local area that's no longer looking at the entire map, then they go through every valid target in range and check each of these like 50 fields, run a calculation that involves multiplying them together and doing the whole processing on them, to give a resultant target priority score to every target, and they just keep which one ends up having the highest resultant priority. Yeah, and then all movement behavior and stuff like that operates relative to their selected target.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yes. So the early problem we had before any hash maps or quad trees or any other examples was that if you don't have a good spatial partitioning structure, the only option is to have every single unit look through every single other unit to find the best unit. And that sounds very similar to like the comment there is saying. So this is a very similar problem to, for instance, n-body simulations. And, those are notorious for bringing supercomputers to their knees, even with the spatial partitioning and all of that. So at the start, we simply had a dumb check. Just look through every single thing in the universe and determine which one is the best target. That scales very poorly. So each time you double the amount of units, it would 4x the computational cost.
So is that kind of how the initial prototype worked? Like basically every unit was just scanning every...
Yes. We all just go, yes. No, no.
The initial prototype was make it work with no consideration to make it work.
Yeah, totally.
Well.
That's
great.
A good
everything will work. Everything will work poorly.
Yeah.
For the first year, so the prototype, as well as the first year of ATS existing, we didn't have a hash map or any spatial partitioning. We literally just checked every single unit in the entire game, and we got it actually running quite fast with that, which is weird. It was a little bit, I say fast, like fast for an ON squared operation, but we managed to actually get it to go quite speedy at that, which is really funny. That's just the power of ECS. Even a really stupid, ultra naive system.
Just throw the burst compiler at it.
Yeah, literally just bursted, and it just didn't care. It's like, oh yeah, no, sure, I'll do this until you have like 500 units, and then I might start to be concerned. But so it actually worked surprisingly well for a while, and then we had to start going through, how do we make, first of all we tried with quad trees, but just a spatial partition quad tree, and I made a very dumb, naive version of it. I say dumb, naive. It was my best attempt because, of course, we're all still learning and trying to make a system that works. So we had made some quad trees and kind of tried to build that system, and then go, okay, how do we package a quad tree and get it into a system to then be processed? So we had to conventionally you'd have a quad tree class that you have all of the references structures built into. You have a quad tree class, you insert all the points into it, and then you can give the quad tree class to something and it can just call query on an area, and bang, 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 there we go. Here's the thing, right? Here's all your targets.
Yeah.
Can't do that in ECS. You can't put references in, and you can't have structs with lists. You can't have dynamic arrays, right? So we had to build big native arrays that we then feed into the system, like multiple these big arrays that talk to each other and then interpreted inside the system as a quad tree. That was insanely scuffy. It was kind of clever. Pat myself on the back, but it was still pretty bad. So Alex and I were still working on that for a long time, and then eventually we were like, "Hey, we should just try a hash map." Yeah, I should just try a hash map. So you Unity have native hash map, or whatever it's called. Native parallel hash map, I think it is now.
Yeah.
Yes, that's native parallel hash map. A native parallel hash works amazingly. It's very good. So our unit targeting is literally just a massive hash map, where we take a system, we have a for each that collects all of the units that we want to put into the hash map, everything that we want to be targetable. Grab all the units, put them in a hash map, have a massive array that just holds some specific intrinsic target information. So you might take like the unit's health, its armor, its position, all this kind of information that you want to put
basic
against
data you might need for kind of target determination.
Exactly. So all those 50 parameters that Al mentioned, we grab the information that's relevant to those 50 parameters, because we don't want to have to go ECS entity component, go look them up whenever we want to query against things. So we just build we just pre-compute a huge array, and our hash map just stores indices to the array. So when you're querying the hash map, you're literally just saying, okay, here's a nice big hash map, and you can feed those into the for eaches, or I guess the iJob entity, the whatever. iJob entity 4, whatever it's called. I can't remember. iJob entity, yes. So you can just feed that in, say, okay, query for this. It gives you a whole back a bunch of indices in your hash map. And then you just loop through the points in your array that those indices point to. And then you already have all the information that you can immediately pull out and go, okay, let's process this guy, get a score. Okay, next guy get a score, next guy get a score. And as you're going through all the things, you're keeping track of who had the best score so far. And that works perfectly. There you go. And then you'll find the best target, and it runs very fast, which is very nice.
Awesome.
It's still probably not even the best system that you could use. You could probably make it faster, I guess. I don't know.
Right. It seems to be sufficient for what you guys need it for, right?
Well, yes. I mean, we get 5,000 ships shooting at each other, so it does pretty well. Yeah. But
yes.
yeah, so it works very well. So it's the base system that we've had so far. Just use a hash map. There you go. And then, of course, in terms of designing a hash map for the techie guys out there that want to make a hash map targeting system, depending on how big your game is, you're going to have to make a system to test this number out. You want to make a dial somewhere that you can control your hash map generation size, because the hash map in our game is optimized. I think a hash map size of 5 units by 5 units, and that works perfectly for us. Any bigger, and it gets slower. Any smaller, and it gets slower. 5 units, perfect. Wow. So depending on what scale your game is operating at, or how dense your units tend to be, you want to find a nice size that kind of optimizes both for catching a bunch of stuff, but also not catching too much stuff. Because when you query your hash map, you're going to want to just paint a square, get all the hashes, all the hash boxes in the area, including any ones you might overlap with. And then you want to query that. And so if your hash boxes are smaller, you'll end up querying less stuff. But if there's too many hash boxes, then you have to go grab more hash boxes. So there's trade-offs, which is nice to consider. So when, optimize for your specific use case. Same with quad trees, of course. You need to optimize for your size space. So that's just a process of pure trial and error, of trying out different values and seeing what you can make work best. Yeah, but that's our targeting system, which is quite robust.
Just to answer a question from the comments, by the way, Dark River, what happens when the next frame after your unit picks a target? So each of our units has a targeting update interval associated with it. Generally, that is faster for, I think we usually use 0.2 seconds for small units with short ranges, because they generally have a lot going on around them and need to respond quickly. Same with any light weapons, like point defense weapons especially, all operate very quickly, and then slower, heavier ships, sometimes up to 1 second. Per update interval, they essentially redo the entire targeting computation for anything within their direct sensor range, if there is anything. Otherwise, they use macro targeting, and they will recompute values for recompute resultant targeting values based on all of what I described, and see which is see what target ends up having the highest resultant value. Most things have a keep target priority, which is just one of those values, which says if when looking at a new set of targets, if the new target I'm looking at is the same as the thing I was already targeting, add a certain percentage of score to this, which helps keep things from kind of changing their targets all the time. We usually use anywhere between 1.5 to 2, sometimes a lot higher for fast moving things.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That helps kind of just stabilize the...
Yeah, it keeps them from being too scatterbrained.
Yeah, and of course, it's very important for us to keep doing targeting every frame because a unit's context can change very quickly and very dramatically. So, like, if you might have a little light ship that's darting around the battlefield, and there's like a whole bunch of various targets, you might say, "Oh, here's something I can go shoot," right? And then you target that thing, you go after it, but then suddenly something else enters your fray. It's much closer, it's a much bigger danger, and it's also easier for you to kill. The thing needs to change its targeting. So in a more conventional RTS game, a unit sees a target and it's locked and it's not going to change it until that thing is gone. But in our game, you have to just keep recomputing it. So yeah, a nice keep target multiplier.
So you're constantly doing this targeting every frame.
Yeah. Every interval, which is a set. It's a delta time based thing. It's not.
Is the interval like a per unit interval?
It is, yeah. For generally for stuff like fighters and light ships and missiles, that's about 0.2 seconds is how frequently that's recomputed. For like cruisers, I think we usually use 0.5, and for capital ships, it's like 1 per second.
And so
any heavy slow weapons, stuff like that.
How exactly does that work? Like, does each unit have their own timer, or do you kind of have some like higher level system that like kind of distributes, saying like, hey, you're due for target checking? Like what's your kind of your approach to that?
Yeah, no, every unit just has its own timer. We just have a timer on everything.
Cool.
So all of our unit targeting. Listen, I'm not going to pretend that our component architecture at the moment is a golden child or even very well conceived, but we have these big components where all the stuff is just shoved in.
Yeah.
And so in there is a clock float that's just ticking all the time. The other important thing is that we have separation between target acquisition and target processing. So after the interval's ticked, we query the hash map for target indices, grab them all on one frame, then we wait a frame, and in the next frame we process potential targets. We go through it and we score everything, and then we decide, okay, here's who we're going to shoot. And that helps offload the density, because like otherwise these are two very big operations happening at the same time. They make the whole frame take ages. Cut them in half, you basically don't notice. Well, you don't notice it unless it's a very fast response thing like a point defense weapon. But then we just say our minimum supported game speed is like 30 FPS, right? Then we just say, okay, we have to just accept the minimum speed that the game must run at, otherwise it's not going to work. So that's fine. So sectioning those things off and delaying certain parts of your processing step can obviously help alleviate your things, and especially if you're, it's not going to make a big difference, right? So that's our targeting system.
I will say we still have done work to try to make it so that below kind of our minimum supported frame rate, things don't get too wonky. We did put a fair amount of effort into essentially trying to stabilize things so that while you might see things start to get a little bit unreliable below that, it still generally works fine. It's just kind of, I think our current value is like 20. Below like 20, certain things start becoming a little bit less precise.
Yeah, 20 is about it, because it's 2 frames per update, and then what is the other factor? I don't remember. Whatever. But yes, it's basically 20. We have a few. I don't remember what we do. We do some shenanigans to try to make it more stabilized, especially for like. So if you have a lot of missiles coming in or very fast moving objects, you need the sim to pick these things up reliably. Otherwise, as FPS drops and you're doing 10 scans per second, 20 from 20 scans per second to 10 to like 5. And you have something that's supposed to have a very high fire rate, like a machine gun, right? Like a laser machine gun. You want to shoot down lots of little rockets and missiles and drones. As your FPS drops, you physically do less targeting updates. So it means that, and these rockets are still moving at delta time. They don't care what the FPS is. So as speed slows down, the efficacy of your weapon systems and your units drops, which massively impacts how battles turn out. Because you might have ships that are meant to shoot down missiles that was basically useless.
Yeah.
So we had to work on a bunch of systems to try to mitigate it, and it's still not perfect. We still want to try a few more things.
Yeah, it's much better than it was though. It still is not terrible, which is it used to be terrible.
Oh yeah, we had a bunch of test cases. If you remember that massive map with all the unit test cases,
we
we had some fascinating things we would go. Anyway, Alex, you're trying to say something? Go for it.
Yes. So to clarify on this, both our physics and most of our systems are currently working on delta time. So
Okay, interesting.
one of the things we might consider later on is to move to fixed step, fixed frame times, right? Because then the FPS will instead slow the game down instead of degrading the simulation. So the outcomes will be the same. It will just run slower. So yeah, just to clarify, we're currently working on delta time.
Important thing.
Also, previously, Labs did mention that it is not possible to have lists and arrays in entities. There is a caveat to this, and these are called unsafe lists. But you need to know what you're doing. But it is technically possible to put ECS lists and arrays inside other lists and arrays. But again, you need to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you will get memory leaks, and the game won't even tell you unless native containers have safety checks. These are okay. You are like a C programmer. You know what you're doing. So, but yeah.
To answer ITR, you said, "Oh, you don't use the fixed rate manager." Was that not a thing in 0.51? It is a thing. We didn't use it literally just because our game is made by 4 novices who are trying to figure stuff out. So, I didn't use the fixed rate manager. I just used delta time, and So, actually, bit of interesting trivia. So, the physics system in DOTS, it uses the fixed rate manager. If there's not enough time for it to run, it will run twice in a frame, or 3 times, or 4 times, or 8 times.
Yeah, it can.
And that was
start
causing
to unwind. Yeah.
Yes, that was causing us quite a surprising amount of lag, to the point where it was causing its own lag that then made it do more of itself.
Yep.
So
that's a common issue.
That was great.
I decoupled us from the rate manager long ago to prevent those issues. The physics system and a lot of the stuff they're tied to null instead of a specific wait time, which is actually quite nice in a sense, because everything is running on the same delta time and the same update frame, and everything kind of runs whatever. But yes, it has these tremendous issues with sort of state determinism and all the rest of it. So yeah, we're gonna trial a bit of using the fixed rate manager, but again, that's a problem of like, okay, now we need to go update the entire project to use the fixed rate manager. Great. I wonder what unknown consequences this is going to have. So there's a whole variety of issues that introduces. But it's definitely something we need to try it at some point. So yeah, among our many upgrade plans are getting a fixed rate manager, going to ECS 1.0, blah 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 blah. Basically, we've been consistently saying to ourselves, we'll do this for ATS 2. We'll just, it's fine. Fine for now. It works well. People enjoy the game. We'll just do it for ATS 2, because then we'll have time to just rebuild stuff and not be too stressed about it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could definitely have done better and can still do better in a sense. But I mean, even the fixed rate manager has its own caveats. So of course the game will slow down, which is fine. But I wouldn't say a nice thing, but kind of a nice thing is that even if you are at like 15 FPS, the game is still going to proceed at a normal rate. You won't be waiting. So our game missions are kind of like, our campaign missions tend to be like 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes longer. And if you are on a slow computer, it's still going to take 10 to 15 minutes. Your units aren't going to work as well in certain circumstances, but it'll still like be kind of a decent speed.
Also, generally, the enemy's units will also not work as well.
Yes, so correct. It's an even trade.
Balance that heavily.
Yeah, it's an even trade. So it's not actually it's not impacted enjoyment, and in many ways it's kind of kept it nice because the game just moves at a nice speed. You don't feel like you're and I'm waiting for the game to play. That's one of my greatest annoyances with like Supreme Commander is once the unit count gets very high, the game sim speed starts to slow down for the exact same reason, and a very good reason at that is to maintain the simulation stability. But it starts to just become boring and grueling waiting for anything to happen, especially if you're like on an old slow PC. So for ATS, it actually works fine for the moment. It's enjoyable. It's nice. So that's just like an unintended consequence of the shenanigans we're doing.
And yeah, ITR, that is actually, oh, sorry. But yeah, ITR, that is actually the plan. At some point, we do later down the line, once this is released and complete and nicely polished and such, we do want to make a sequel based on what we can probably reuse a lot of the general concepts and the methods we've figured out for stuff for this, but using what we've learned and using ECS 1.0, which should be far better in a lot of cases. They're just, again, we when we started working on this, we were learning how to use the tools and learning game dev, and Dots was developing alongside.
Put it lightly.
It was a horrible mess. So there's plenty of things are quite suboptimal, and just a compromise of, hey, we really don't have the time to just go back and rework this and halt development on everything else while we go back and improve this system. There's so many things that can be improved. So yeah, our goal is just, okay, everything works well enough. Everything is imperfect, but it does work and generally works fairly well. So we're like, okay, let's get it finished. And then later down the line, once this is done, we do intend to make a sequel where we can make it much cleaner, make it in Dots 1.0 or ECS 1.0 from the get-go, and that should be a lot better.
Yeah.
That's also when we would be considering something like multiplayer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Throw some extra challenges on there just for the fun of it. Because we have yet to kind of experiment with Dots networking, because again, that's just a complexity we cannot afford to handle.
Yeah, and like I missed the question earlier, but like Mr. Awesome was saying, that's currently we don't have determinism, which is a major well, there are two major issues with multiplayer currently. One, aside from the game just not really having been designed with it in mind, but one of them is determinism. Just because of the way it's architected, things aren't fully deterministic. They're only things, they tend to be approximately similar, but there's no perfect determinism. So you would have to have the game simulated on one server and then transmit to both clients, which with the amount, well, that leads into the other issue, which is just our game has a lot of things on a map on the field at the time. Again, people, I think the campaign only tends to go up to 10,000-ish units on the field usually. But people regularly run skirmish maps with 40, 50,000 units.
Nice.
If we wanted to, just the amount of data that would need to be transmitted on a per frame basis, and synced between two clients. Sorry, I say two. The game can have an arbitrary number of players.
Great amount of players.
Yeah, potentially, God knows how many players. It's a lot of unit state data.
Yeah, that's a lot to synchronize over the network.
Yeah, that is something that we, if we do a sequel with multiplayer, that is something we will just have to figure out. But I think if we can get determinism down, that is something we can handle, because then it becomes possible to have each client locally simulate.
Mm-hmm.
It does get into issues with potential security and cheating, right? Where somebody can mod their client, and you don't want the server trusting the client too much. But yeah, that's stuff to be dealt with when we get there. But I think the determinism basically would be the key to enabling multiplayer, because I don't think it is viable to transmit that much game state data per frame. So I think the way we would have to do it would be, you have deterministic lockstep, and you have the game individually being simulated on each client. All that's being transmitted is essentially the orders given by each player, and then the game is locally simulated, and then the server just does a periodic sanity check to make sure you're not messing with it.
Gotcha.
That would be the general direction we would be looking at for multiplayer.
Makes sense.
Well, lots of shenanigans to do. Because one of our more heavily requested features is multiplayer, obviously, because people like to play RTS multiplayer, and our response is we've only been doing this for like 4 years. We don't really know what we're doing.
Sure,
We'll leave it for now, which is quite amusing. But yeah.
I got a couple more questions on some of the AI like targeting stuff.
Sure.
So the first one would be like, did you kind of follow some sort of like AI development pattern? Like maybe it's if it's just like a basic state machine or
No.
using some kind of utility
We
AI
gradually
or something.
added things as we basically we added things as we got annoyed by their absence.
Yes.
And so when you say you added things, like how exactly were you doing that? Like, I mean, are you like literally just doing a bunch of like if checks for different conditions?
No, okay. So the basic, what we had originally in the prototype, right, was just units check for the nearest hostile target, and move toward it and fire weapons at it. That's it.
Yeah, just start with the basic.
And then we have just progressively been in the mindset of we would like our units to be more intelligent. We would like our units to be better behaved. So it's been a very iterative process of essentially one of us or all of us seeing a unit do something stupid. That's like, and we're just like, this doesn't look good. This shouldn't be doing this thing in this situation. How do we implement a behavioral consideration that makes it not do that?
Yeah. Sadly, we haven't followed like proper design patterns or things from kind of more conventional things, just because we're very much in a habit of making our own solutions in the ECS world in this case, and also because our game is very fundamentally different to a lot of kind of AI behavior games, and so we just sort of went, okay, we'll just figure this out. We'll just throw stuff together and we'll add stuff and edit it as time has gone on. So as much as I would love to say there's a pattern we've held to, there really isn't.
It's very haphazard, honestly.
The targeting system in of itself is most of the AI, really, because most of the decision making that really influences something is what it's going to target.
Yeah.
So there is the targeting behavior, which is pretty much most of what makes a unit visibly tick. And then there's the movement logic, which basically route plans. There's no route to plan because we're in open space. This is another beautiful thing about just the setting of our game in just kind of an open spacey area with units and no general terrain is there's no pathfinding requirements. So in terms of a unit's AI behavior, there's the other thing that unit weapons are not intrinsically tied to a unit's behavior.
Yes.
A unit does not know what weapons it has. A unit is told, look at a thing, go to a thing, or face in a certain direction when you're close enough to a thing. And the weapons in of themselves do their own targeting behavior. So, for instance, a little light ship with a spinal laser gun, right? It doesn't know it has a spinal laser gun. As far as it's concerned, it's a paper airplane. And so we literally just say, hey, buddy, point at this target, go in this general direction. So, you have targeting, which acquires a target, moves to the movement system. The movement system is checking for the targeting component. Is the target entity not null? Okay, great. Now let's take this non-null target entity. Let's grab its positional information. Let's get it this stuff. Let's update the targeting thing. Now you have a whole chunk of useful target information. Where is it? What is it doing? What's its dimensions? All this kind of information. We just compile it. And then you've got a whole bunch of systems that act on it, such as movement or avoidance. And I think there's probably one other thing that probably uses that information. Weapons, obviously. Weapon systems use that information. So the movement system then goes, okay, here's our target position. Here's where we are. Here's their velocity, our velocity. Let's work out a plan. Here's how much I want to stay away from the opponent, all these other sorts of kind of positional information. It plots out, okay, this is my destination area, and then it works out how much thrust it needs to put into its engines to get there. So it's in a sense very rudimentary, these unit behaviors. I say in a conceptually rudimentary, but practically reasonably complicated. Then in terms of how a weapon gets that information, so weapons likewise have their own targeting behavior, or they can be told to just take the targeting information from their parent.
I see.
So there are ways of reducing performance load because that's very important, as well as ensuring reliability between what a weapon is shooting and what a ship is trying to shoot at. Very important for spinal ships that their weapon can't be trying to shoot at something that it's not looking at. And of course, there's angle limitations and things to fix that problem, but that's regardless. That's kind of part of the gist of it. So you have weapon systems then, which draw from this kind of compiled target information about the thing we want to shoot at, and then the weapon goes and cycles through its reload information, and then finally decides, okay, let's shoot at the thing. Also turrets. This is the other big problem of our game. Well, was for quite a long time, is getting turrets to turn and rotate the things in quaternions. So here's a slightly annoying fact about ECS rotation components. There's no world space rotation setter. You can't set the world space rotation of anything. So if you want to set the world space rotation of a turret, this took us a while to figure out. You have to go through all the parents. You have to reverse their quaternion rotations, and then you have to apply that to wherever your turret wants to look at, right? So the turret also takes the target information that then turns slowly towards it, and then the gun has angle checks to make sure that it's looking the right, that it's sufficiently with an angle. And then we have different kinds of weapon within our weapon system, such as lasers, pure hit lasers, which don't do any ray casting, and then launching bullets or Tesla weapons or whatever. And then that's basically it in terms of like a unit's AI behavior, is kind of just a few fundamental components: the targeting, the movement, turrets moving themselves, and the gun assessing that information as well and then deciding whether or not it's going to shoot.
Gotcha.
And the guns all have, sorry, just to interject for a moment. To be clear, the weapons all use the exact same targeting system that the ships do. They're fundamentally not much different than a small unit childed to the parent, so they have all the same considerations as well.
Cool. Awesome.
Yes. This is another slightly unhinged fact about ATS, which is every single game object. I say game object. I don't mean Unity game object. I mean a participant in an actor, a world actor.
Yeah.
Everything is the exact same fundamental unit. Everything from bullets to ships to rocks and asteroids, they're all actor units, which is hilarious because it lets us do really weird stuff. So, we can, if you want to turn a bullet into a missile, you give it a targeting system and movement. We literally just have a Boolean for those two things. So, in terms of our system architecture, our unit architecture, we use scriptable objects very heavily. I abuse scriptable objects. I love them to
okay.
They're wonderful. So we have a whole number of scriptable objects that act as databases. So we have factional databases, which then have fields. They have lists, which we insert all of our units into, and our unit definitions are just another scriptable object file with a data class in it. And then inside of there is a whole bunch of Booleans saying, okay, do targeting. Okay, if you're doing targeting, what are your targeting parameters? Do movement, here's your movement parameters. Do explode on death, here's your health, blah, blah, blah.
So you're doing this a little bit more by literally setting Booleans on certain components rather than by the component makeup where you're
absolutely
that's adding in different adding and removing components to add and remove functionality, basically.
No, sorry, I'm misspeaking slightly. So we have the unit class, which is a OOP definition. So that's just it's just a thing that we can use in OOP land. Okay. And then that gets processed into a ECS unit.
Oh, okay.
So we take these Booleans, and then we have a game controller, which goes through all of the units in the entire game, takes them, grabs their prefab, processes it into, we use convert entity hierarchy. That's no longer a thing. You do bakers. I don't know how those work. But you do convert entity hierarchy with authoring components, and then you check all the Booleans and your values, and you check. What's very nice is that
so it's almost kind of your own authoring and baking.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfectly said. Yeah. We have our own authoring system that's very quick and robust because if you want to make a new unit, you just copy the file, give it a new prefab, and you're done. You're away.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
Which is very nice. Also, it means that we can guarantee that every unit is always set up the way we want it to if we tick something. Every single unit is going to be set up the same. We don't have to go through 50 units and change the component if something weird has happened. We can very easily address issues or whatever, what may have you. What was I going to say? Right, yeah. So we convert the entity from the prefab. We add the process authoring components and stuff. We add on all the components that we need. Right. So the components are structs, and our big class that is the unit definition. We just stick these structs in there. You just set the struct values in there, and then when it comes around to building the unit, it just add component data as the struct, and you're done. So you don't need like 2 copies of the same thing, one in your unit definition and then one in your entity. You just define the thing, goes in, bam.
Cool.
Which is quite nice, and that's just how our game works. We process all of these things. We build all the prefabs, stick it in a giant hash map, and go, okay, well, here's the unit's ID, just an int. And then here's the entity that you're going to build. And then there's a system called the generic unit spawner, which receives requests. When we get to patterns, remind me to get back to the generic unit spawner. It's a fun example of patterns. But we say, okay, here's the ID. Go look up the hash map, find the entity, prefab, spawn it. Bang, 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 bang. It does this very fast and very efficiently. Which is nice. So you can also just kind of arbitrarily request units to be spawned at any time. It all goes through a singular system that handles all of their kind of the visual flair of spawning and all the rest of it. I know I've gone very off topic, but I'm just kind of following through the flow of units and their definition.
No, it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry if you can remind me if you want to get back to
that's all good. I just had one other kind of question on some of the AI targeting stuff is,
please.
How much are you able to take advantage of multi-threading for those particular systems?
Oh my boy. As much as is possible is multi-threaded in ATS. Everything. If we can multi-thread it, it's been multi-threaded. What is it? Schedule parallel. Yes. If it can be dot schedule parallel, it's being dot schedule parallel.
Yeah.
So
dot schedule parallel.
So Alex, what do you want to say?
Yes. To add to that, I'm probably the one who has like profiled the most and like been observing that. So when you go into the profiler on our project, well, not that you can, but if you could, then so I would say thread utilization is probably around like 30 to 40%. So as much as we can is dot schedule parallel. But also because our project is 4 years old, there are some things we designed in certain ways where you, for instance, have to pre-process a big data structure single-threaded, and then you can schedule jobs that use that data structure, such as the targeting things that Labs spoke about. So we do have a fair amount of single-threaded work that does limit somewhat how much we could multi-thread. But we are already aware of all of this. And we do still utilize a lot of our threads. And you don't start to see poor like CPU utilization until you maybe have like 16 threads or something like that. But if you go past 16 threads, then the CPU might not go above 60% or something. While if you run it on like a 4-core 8-thread or something, then it will be like 80 to 90%.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is actually something I neglected to mention earlier, is that when we do our targeting building, we build our targeting hash map and stuff, we collate all of the kind of the targetable entities into a nice big native list, which is all the positions and stuff. Then we take that and we process that into our hash map. And that all has to be single threaded, because otherwise the system would cry us to death, because thread multi-accessing. So all of that has to be built in a single thread, and then finally, once the hash map is built, then we can hand it off to schedule parallel for all of the units, then take a copy of the hash map, do their work on it, which works beautifully. So yes, as much as possible, we multi-thread stuff, because thread utilization is just the future of making anything good sometimes, if you want to make everything run. So for instance, our health processing, so if you shoot an opponent and they take damage, one of our patterns is messenger entities. So if you're going to shoot someone, you call an ECB, you create an entity, you give it a incoming, you give it an incoming damage component. Then the health system looks through all of the entities with outgoing damage components, tabulates them into a big list, and then takes that list out and then does the entity component thingy where you can look up the entity via the component, just sets. All of our units have big buffers of incoming damage information, and whenever something wants to damage an entity, there's a messenger entity with that damage information. The health system loops it through all of the entities with damage information, and then the damage information is applied to the buffer of every single unit in accordance to its entity. Because the thing that's attacking something knows what it wants. It has the entity reference. And so we can just like hash map it to that thing. And then a unit, whenever we want to process all the health of units, every unit just has a buffer. It's scheduled parallel, and they just run through all their buffers, processing all of the incoming damage data and how they hurt them or how armor interacts and all the rest of it. And that makes a very fast health processing system. I've never seen the health system complain even once, and we've got like 4,000 things getting shot at. So ECS really doesn't care, which is beautiful. So bursting and multi-threading that system just makes it not really care. It's called a component lookup now. Thanks, Arcand. Yeah, it's component lookup now. So that's our kind of targeting and health system complexities.
By the way, to answer the previous question, we don't have collisions using Havoc. For like ships colliding with each other, we use a essentially soft collision system that we call repulsion, which is basically, without going into it too much, it's basically when two things are close together, we apply a repulsive force based on their proximity, which isn't perfect collision-wise. Like, things will still clip into each other a little bit, especially if they're going
It's almost just like kind of like having two magnets of like the same polarity, like they kind of like tend to go,
and their effective collider is basically an ovoid, which is calibrated to be the approximate shape of the ship. But yeah, in general, it just prevents things from actually phasing through each other or anything like that. It's not a hard collision. When it comes to bullets and missiles and stuff like that that actually need to hit, we use generally ray casts, capsule casts, things like that.
Yeah.
Awesome. I do have some kind of game design questions that I'd kind of like to ask you about. One of the interesting things that you guys said at the beginning is how like each of you guys are kind of like in charge of a different faction. So what was kind of the methodology behind that? Like what does that actually entail? Like, you know, if one of you manages a specific faction, like, you know, what is your job for that, and how does that kind of impact the game design?
So for that, yes. So all of us are each our own art guy, I suppose. So we are each responsible for completely designing the aesthetic of our own faction, deciding the balance, deciding the unit design, deciding even like the colors and all of that. So we do we came from a reassembly background where we made custom factions, and here we are making our own custom factions for our game, right?
That's awesome. Yeah.
So
official factions, I'll have you know.
Yes. So custom factions for our custom game. So the cool part here,
custom game. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Fair enough.
So the cool thing that this ends up doing, which you don't necessarily see in all strategy games, is that our factions are very different. So, you know, I haven't exactly worked at the big studio, but I imagine that they have a design team that, you know, makes concepts for the various factions and then makes the unit designs and then figures out the balance beforehand, and then they implement all of it. Meanwhile, here we sort of, I want these things. I think these things are cool. I want, this technology and other stuff visually. And therefore we, ended up with the Kuntalen on Laps's side, the Valkyrie on Brendan's side, and the Tycon on my side. So it ended up with, for instance, the Kuntalen is very spammy. They make a lot of ships, and they are very aggressive, and they are very single purpose. On the Valkyrie side, you sort of have the opposite. The ships tend to take way longer to build. They tend to have way more weaponry per ship, like lots of point defense and minor weapons. They are very generalist, and they stand off at far ranges. Meanwhile, mine is, some very low tech, at least at the moment, and later on there will be weird things. And we end up in a situation where each of us is sort of doing our own thing, and then we try to balance it and make it work in an exciting and fun way in the actual game. So yeah, we have in our server people who, for instance, hate the Valkyrie and love the Kontalen, or the opposite.
That's
Or you
awesome.
For instance, there is one person who like made a faction mod in reassembly of the Tycon,
No
which is
way.
funny, right? Like they asked me for permission. And I ended up doing
Modception. No.
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Oh, man.
we are getting people who have their really favorite faction for very good reasons, because they can
that's
play very
awesome.
differently. They also don't have direct unit equivalents. Not in the same way that something like StarCraft has.
Yeah.
Like we do all have our like basic small assault unit, but in the Kontalen, that's a very spammy and quickly flying around so-called Tully, while on the Valkyrie side, it's a standoffish, sniperish Death Beam Goshawk. So yeah, our factions don't really have.
Tycon, and then the Tycon have a 20 armored assault brick with a tiny gun. Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, no, we have vastly contrasting design, which is
Yeah,
very
there's
nice
a lot
for
of
making everything
faction
very,
asymmetry.
That's
which
super
is
cool.
lovely. It's lovely.
I will say
it's a pain in the ass to balance, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Go on, Brendan.
I was just going to say we did figure out the sort of our overarching general faction design concepts quite early on.
And together.
Say again.
No, go on. Yes, sorry. I was.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, no, kind of when we were, I want to say within the first year or two of us starting to work on the non-prototype version of ATS, the like version that became what it is now. We had basically by that point figured out roughly what our factions are. Like, this is the general core thesis of what this faction is and how it will behave and play. The broad strokes, at least, and that informed kind of that was necessary to get out of the way early on, so we could figure out how they would fit into like the storyline and how they would kind of play off each other and be interestingly differentiated from each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a pain in the butt to balance because, of course, you have units and faction designs that are very contrasting. And so getting them to play off each other in a I say balance. I mean, balance is ultimately the process of trying to get it such that one faction can fight another faction in a fun way, right? You don't need mathematically equivalent balance. That's not fun.
Exactly. Yeah.
You want stuff that's interesting and has different strengths and different weaknesses.
Yeah.
So the Kontalen, my faction, for instance, is quite strong in sort of in just overwhelming an opponent, because that is their core shtick. But if they can't overwhelm an opponent, they start to have to try different strategies or be more defensive or employ different things. And the Valkyrie, Brendan's faction, tends to want to build up, but they tend to lack frontline assault units that are kind of tough and tanky. So they need to try to very carefully decide, okay, how am I going to deal with the enemy's force? What are they building? What are the things I need to build? What do I need to sacrifice to build? And then what are my strengths? So the Kontalen can replace their losses very quickly. The Valkyrie are very good at kind of sustaining a back line. And so they're a bit more long-term. The other guys are a bit more short-term. How do we make this function better, et cetera, et cetera? So there's a whole variety of kind of nice strategic differences you get at play that gives a player a lot to think about when they play as a different faction. And some players absolutely love the different factions because they give you a very different play style. Because they just have different play styles just because of the unit limitations.
Yeah.
And I mean, Yeah, like so the factions and certain interactions are quite imbalanced. For example, the Kantalan have a lower starting income than the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie have more matter, they can build more things. But over time, the Kantalan, when they reach Tech 2 income, have stupidly more income and then get to transition into their kind of more spam heavy strategies. But then surviving to that point requires sacrificing or doing whatever you might want. So and the Valkyrie, for instance, have a lot of drones. They have a lot of drones, and munitional superiority. They have a lot of kind of very accessible light units. They're very strong. So there's like just a lot of nice, weird shenanigans going on that make things fun. And it's just very nice.
It's awesome. I love that how you guys kind of came from the modding community where you're building your own custom factions, and now you're like, are like, hey, we're building a game, but each of us are still kind of building our own factions, like as part of your new game now. So I think that's a cool connection. Speaking of mod support, is that something that you have in your game currently or plan to have?
Sadly not. So mod support is quite a complicated affair. In a sense, our game is.
Yeah, it depends exactly what you mean by mod support.
Yeah.
We have robust support for certain things. Okay. And then other things have no support whatsoever.
So what would be things that you do versus don't have support for?
So right now what essentially counts as our mod support currently is that we have the level editor in the game. That is the level editor that we use to build all of the levels that exist in the game currently. So anything that we have made, you can recreate, you can make your own versions, make your own levels. Any levels that, like, anything that we can do in creating our levels, except for like a couple of hard-coded things in the first tutorial mission, all of that, any player who has the game can hop in the editor, and they have exactly as much access to all those tools as we do. The things you don't have access to are like, if you wanted to, for example, edit like an individual unit, it's not impossible to do, but we don't have any dedicated support for it. So like, if you want to change a unit's weapons, or maybe something like switching out the model wouldn't be that bad. But anyway, there's stuff like that, like editing individual units, editing things that are kind of self-contained and that kind of exist as their own thing already. Yeah, those are technically possible to do. We don't like specifically lock you out of doing it, but we don't have dedicated built-in support for that, because when we were setting up the game, that was all done in the Unity editor itself. And to make an actual editor which essentially replicates the functionality of the Unity editor when it comes to changing stuff like prefabs, ships, weapons, stuff like that, we just don't have the dev resources for it. We'd have to recreate essentially a significant fraction of the Unity editor, and we'd love to, but we don't have enough manpower. We don't have enough money. We don't have enough time.
We only have one Luke, and Luke would have to do it.
It's entirely doable. It's just it would be like developing.
Yeah, it's like, is it worth
the game
it?
Again.
Yeah, that's fair.
We might also
go, Alex.
We might also eventually get an AI editor for making your own, like base building AIs. Not Unity AIs, but base building AIs. So you can make your own behavior.
Yeah, that is currently a thing, actually, but it's not available to our users because we have yet to finish it out off.
Yeah, just kind of find a way to expose all those fields to them, basically.
Well, so okay. So on the topic of the level of the editors, because you had asked this earlier and someone else has been asking in the chat, our editors are built in game, so they're not a separate application, and you don't have to like open a file editor or anything for them. The level editor is just open the game, main menu, you can go play the game, or you can go to the editor's menu, click level editor, and then you can go make a map file, edit with your stuff. Put in all the units that are in the game, etc., etc. The AI editor is the exact same thing. So in the editor's menu, there's the level editor, and then there's also the AI editor. You can go open the AI editor. And we've built all of the game's AIs in the AI editor. So again, there's another scenario where you can be like, hey, I want to go make a custom map. I'd like to make an AI that's literally like a skirmish AI, or even better. So let me go do it. So we strive for good tools, mainly because they just help us make stuff quickly. And then they luckily can be easily given to a player to make their own stuff, which is a wonderful
bit and
polish them up a little bit. So stuff like that for levels and AI and campaigns and briefings, all these kind of fun little things are good. They can be made moddable.
Yeah.
But when it comes to sort of more ingrained stuff like unit behaviors, like unit prefabs, as Al said, we built that in the
difficult to give someone the ability to make their own whole faction, or
too much complexity there to try to package into a system. So this maybe for ATS 2, I might give it a crack there. No promises. But yeah.
That's awesome. So I have a random silly question here. I want to ask about the name. How did the name come to be?
Sorry, that's my fault. I apologize. So
this is one of those funny things, because it's like the word "spans," like it sounds like it should be a real word, but then you like type it in on Google or whatever, and it gives a little red line under it.
So this is my fault. I apologize for the word "spans." So in our
you got great SEO because it's not a real word.
Yeah, man. You see, this is why we kept it. This is why we kept it. It's good SEO. So in the original game, the original prototype, we have this battle map, and you got like a battle area, and you want to make it visually clear that this is the battle area, and the rest of this is kind of not important, right? And so we put just there's a white ring, and then there's just a black area outside of that, and this white area, which is just the visible map area, I called the spawns of battle. And then I just went like, okay, we need a name for the game. So now I like the spawns because you're in the spawns, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, fine. But I mean, I derived the word from span because it's you got a span from here to here, so a spawns. It's just a 3D span. That's literally how I derived it. Now it's a dumb name that everyone likes or makes fun of or doesn't or. It's great. I love the massive variety of responses we get to the name.
Yeah,
it's a good talking point. One where they like it or hate it. It's a good talking point.
Exactly. It gets them talking. We get comments and engagement.
Yeah.
Brendan, please.
The other thing I will say is that the general annihilate the spawns, that is somewhat inspired by obliterate everything, and people we have seen some people comment on it sounds kind of similar. Is it inspired by? And we're like, yes, it is. Which is nice, right? People see the title and they're like, oh, this kind of reminds me of this game. And it's like, yes, well, it should. The game plays similarly, and the gameplay is actually directly inspired by this other thing that you've seen before. Also, yes, as Mr. Austin said, my headcanon is that it is derived from Expanse. But,
yes, we have two wonderfully conflicting bits of headcanon, and either one is good. Pick whichever one you like better, and then you go with it.
Yeah. The in-universe, though, what it actually ended up being is that the Spawns is the region that the game is set in. It is literally just the name of the place. It's this weird, 300 light year across sort of space storm. It's super dense nebula. It's essentially a spatial anomaly that all the factions are fighting over because it's very resource rich and is full of strange and interesting things that are quite valuable. But the place is just called the Spawns.
Yeah. So very importantly, yes.
Yeah.
Just the place. Which is also nice for us in a sense that we have a game with constant unit production, and we want a situation in which we can explain away the player not being able to directly command their units, as would be typical in a more standard RTS. And so having a place like the Spawns, which is effectively its own little galaxy, in terms of like the interaction, like you have a fundamentally different set of physics rules and all sorts of shenanigans that, not fundamentally different physics rules. I don't mean that. I just mean that there's all sorts of shenanigans going on, gravitational anomalies and whatever. And as Brendan said, supremely dense nebula. And so we get to just make up rules for why we can fully justify certain things and then make it entirely consistent within the setting. That everything follows these rules and it makes sense and everything is influenced. Beautiful.
Yeah, I guess that's
all the sci-fi of it.
Yeah, that's like going off what Lap said. That's also like something that the setting and like the spawns itself as a setting essentially exists to justify the gameplay, and make it internally consistent so people aren't just like, why can't I control my units? Why can I make infinity of them? Like it exists largely to give us answers for that are reasonably satisfying in universe. Like the spawns, is essentially a giant cloud of material that's kind of disparate, but you can collect it continuously from everywhere. It's just this giant blob of the stuff, so you always have income. You don't run out of resources. Why can't you command your units? Well, because it's a giant soup of stuff, and that doesn't do well for communications equipment. So it's you're not, if you have like 1,000 units, you're not going to be putting a like high-end transmitter on all of them. It's just too expensive.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
So
there's a lot of just freedom to do shenanigans, as well as we get to do something that's very hard to do in space, which is hide stuff.
Yes.
it's another nice benefit because we have a giant soup in space and the place is supposed to be very dense and like full of material, so you can't see very far and your scanners can't go very far. So we can just hide somewhere anything. You want a whole DLC? Yeah, no, it was there the whole time. You just couldn't see it. And it's entirely reasonable. It's completely reasonable within the setting. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and exactly.
Mr. Awesome, like freedom to
like he's saying in the comments, consistency helps immersion. Like it's always unsatisfying, right, when you have a game where it's just like, there are like obvious questions about why something works the way it should, and then they're just there's just no actual satisfying explanation as to why would you not do this differently in this way that seems overtly obvious. So like obviously the spawns itself is not like scientifically that plausible, but it lets us have this one thing that is like blatantly weird and like nobody even in setting fully understands it, and it's just strange.
You can use it to like fix all your plot holes.
But it basically means that we can justify everything else and make everything else consistent if you just kind of accept the basic premise of the spawns. We don't have to come up with weird justifications or inconsistencies for each individual thing.
Cool. Want to ask you guys a little bit about marketing. Like, what had kind of been your approach? Like, how have you kind of like gained a following? Like, I know you've been fairly public about your game. Like you're saying, just like kind of like having playtesters like since early on. Your game has kind of been out there. So like what was kind of like your strategy for like growing wish lists and things like that over time? Just anything kind of along the marketing lines that you think would be interesting to get into.
I would say that one thing, which isn't directly marketing, but one thing we have been doing is that in our Discord channel, we have Discord server, we have a channel that is called Internal Dev Updates. And there we use it as our internal descriptions and summaries of every single change we make for our purposes. Like we literally use it to figure out like what changed, why could something have broken. Like it's very detailed. It shows every single change pretty much of the last 2 years, but it's also public. So it's actually for everyone in the server to see exactly every single change. Like we are currently on change set 2000 something, I think.
Oh, wow.
205, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because we keep...
that's like probably got to be almost daily changes then.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's daily changes, sometimes it's every 6 month changes, but either way...
Depends who's doing them, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah,
it averages like once per day, once per. Yeah, probably.
That's pretty good
Probably.
cadence.
Yeah, once per every day or
Yeah.
few days. Yeah.
So the point is
Like,
that
we've mostly had a break since releasing the game. Well, I say most. We've not had a break. We've had a break since like a couple of days ago. At least I've sort of had it. Listen, we basically never take breaks from this job, but we occasionally take days where we do a bit less than normal, which is basically our version of a break. And then you won't see a change set for like maybe a few days. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. So
Yeah.
no, we maintain a pretty high cadence. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so like the point here is, especially when it comes to the testers, they have likely felt very involved in the development process, because
Seems like it, yeah.
we do write these mini announcements, like, okay, we made a build and we changed these things, but those are just summaries. Like those might have 50 change sets behind them, and we
Right.
made every single one public, so anyone, including the testers, can see them and they can comment on them and they can buzzer react us, which is very fun.
We have it. So in our game, we have aliens,
Okay.
and one of the small little aliens is called a buzzer, and we have that as an emote in our Discord server. And our testers love buzzer reacting us, which is internally entertaining. So you'll make a dev update, and then literally within a few seconds, one of our testers, such as Skill or Knight, who was in the chat just now, will have buzzer reacted the message, and then the rest will just pile on and buzzer react. It's great.
It's like a little space fish.
It is basically a little space fish. Yeah, it's great. Oh man.
Yeah.
So yeah, had your most of your marketing efforts really just been like going like just growing this community and just as people come in, just making sure that people are staying engaged and all that.
That's
so
the majority of it. Yeah. I would say.
Yeah. We have a public server, and we let people in, and we haven't actually done much marketing. We've done marketing in our reassembly server, in the OE server, and then I think Alex put out some posts on
it's pretty much just like basic. You're posting like, hey, here's our game. You like this game. It was inspired by this game. Basic stuff like that.
Yeah, so like early on, I did experiment with making posts on Instagram, on I think Imgur or something like that. The one that has like GIFs and stuff. And I think some other places. Like I experimented with making posts and short form snippets of video and stuff like that. But there was a pretty quick point where I realized that, okay, this will like genuinely eat up a decent percentage of my energy and work time, and there comes a point where, okay, we are 3 people, we don't have the room for one marketing guy, and I was deep into AI work and grid work, so it wasn't a huge priority, right? So I think largely one of our strategies has just been make a good product that is fun to play. I think the others might have more comments.
Yeah, so Brendan, please go for it.
Sure. Yeah, like Alex was saying, just kind of going off what he was saying a little bit. One of our biggest bottleneck in the whole process of development is just like actual manpower. We're 3 people. There are only so many hours per day. Doing stuff like marketing and especially things like that, which we don't really have a lot of experience in, where we would have to kind of, learn the entire strategy behind it, learn how to, it's a lot of stuff it's a lot of new stuff to figure out and to spend time on. And it's like, we'd really rather the 3 of us just spend our time developing the game and getting it finished.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of our strategy has just been to get, make a good game, be reasonably public about it, but without really going out of our way too much, and kind of let, marketing handle itself via word of mouth and such, fairly organically. We did pay an advertising agency called the Indie Bros a little bit of money, we gave them $500, which is like essentially peanuts. But they did a good job with it. They helped us get in contact with the creators and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, that was one thing I was going to ask a little bit about. Is like, had you been reaching out to any creators? Because I had seen, like, if you search for Annihilate the Spans on YouTube, like, it comes up with there's some creators playing your game and stuff. So wasn't sure if that was organic or if you were reaching out to them directly, or it sounds like this
mix of both.
You're working with.
Yeah, definitely a mix of both. So before releasing the game, there were two contributing factors that we kind of worked on a little bit. So there's a guy called Perifilosoph who makes sort of strategy game announcement update videos. And so we got in contact with him and sent him stuff and things. And he also kind of got back in contact with us. And so he was a little source of people having interest in coming to the server. We also got a demo out in, I think, late 2023. And the demo is very important. The demo got us a lot of
biggest part of our marketing overall.
Nice.
Well, it's not as strictly marketing, but yeah,
it's fine. It's marketing. It's good. It's good.
Yeah,
so
it's a very big demo as well. It has the first entire the prologue campaign of the game, which is like 8 missions. 8 missions now.
It's 8 missions now, yeah.
But yeah, it's like 8 missions. We have 3 difficulty levels for it. The hardest one is genuinely hard, so some people spend a very long time on that.
Cool.
And the entire skirmish mode, which is the versus AI. Just
there you go.
Have
that was what got me in.
And yeah, no, lots of people have played that. There's probably I'd say anywhere between like 2 to 3 hours of playtime if you just play through it and are done with it. But since you can try it on the hardest difficulty level for a challenge, or you can go to the skirmish mode and just play against the AI. So there isn't really an upper bound on how much playtime you can get from it. If you happen to like it. So we've had people I had someone randomly message me in another server and was like, hey, my friends saw your game and they mentioned that they have 300 hours on the demo. And I'm like, fair enough.
So would you like some demo stats? I pulled up the page on the left side.
Yeah, let's hear, man.
Demo stats. So Annihilate the Spawns demo. Lifetime users measured 16,603.
Nice.
It's pretty good. Average time played is 3 hours and 8 minutes. Median time played is 53 minutes. Time played range between 7 minutes and 4 hours, and 17 minutes is one standard deviation. Steam has this user bracket thing where they say users bracketed by time played. So it starts at about 2,000. So 3,000 people have played between 1 and 10 minutes, and then it kind of goes down from there. Oh, wait, where's the camera? It goes down from there, and then it just spikes at the end because there's 3,600 people that have played 200 plus minutes of the demo, and it's just like, wow. I love how there's literally an abyss between the people that start the people play 10 minutes of the game, and then the people that play 200.
That's a great sign. That's a great sign. Because you figure all the people who are drop off, they're just not interested in that game anyways. And the people past that are interested in your game, and they're all in the whoop.
Yeah, literally. So apparently, once someone gets past about what is this 30 minutes? No, 20 minutes. Once someone gets past 20 minutes, on average, they stay for another 3 hours, which is insane. That's really funny.
Cool.
So that's crazy stuff. So that's how many demo downloads do we have? Hang on.
Were you guys part of any Steam festival, a Next Fest or anything like that?
We were.
Yes.
We tried to be. No,
we tried to be. We got in. What we actually got into was Steam Strategy Fest.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Next Fest. I forget exactly why we didn't end up.
So the problem is we didn't manage to make any of the. We weren't ready in time for any of the Next Fests, and when the last one came around last year, we were just not ready yet, so we delayed. And then afterwards, we released the demo. And the moment your demo is released, you're eligible for Next Fest. So we weren't allowed to do it again, which I didn't realize. Didn't realize that was going to be the case. So yeah. Also, we have 34,000 demo downloads. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
pretty good. Daily active users 266. I call that success.
I'd say.
But yeah, so there was Perifalazov. There was there was the demo, of course, which was massive, and that got us a couple of YouTubers who covered it very nicely. We also just reached out to people. I think there's some guys like Krydax and whoever else, Threatex,
Flumpy Squid.
Samurai, Flumpy Squid. Yeah, we actually need to get back to him. Yeah, we haven't.
We do,
He doesn't even know if the proper games is out.
Giant Grant covered our game recently as well, which is nice.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
A lot of people probably recognize him. By the way, I see in chat, Yevon, how we chose our price for the game. So there were a couple of considerations for that.
Yeah.
You Laps and Alex, you can feel free to interject whenever, but at least for me, the first, like, way back when, probably like over 2 years ago, kind of my starting point in looking at this in terms of pricing was I had seen there's a blog post where someone did a nice detailed analysis of Steam game statistics, specifically indie games, and the breakdown of like how they performed based on pricing. And the kind of overarching thesis of this was that indie games tend to significantly undersell themselves. Games that go in like the $5 to $10 range or below that, it's like, unless you are in the 0.0001% absolute top breakaway success, no matter how many sales you're getting, you're just not going to make a sustainable income off that. It doesn't matter. And there was a very strong trend shown when you look at the statistics that the games that do the best, which I think is via a combination of, if you price your game too low, people think that, people see that that's what you think your game is worth.
It's kind of you get what you pay for. There's that price value association.
So you see a game for like $5, and the assumption is that it's not, that's what the developers think it's worth.
Right.
So there's that as well, and then also, just the fact that you get more per sale, and that's kind of how the math works out as well as to where that optimal point is, which came in at somewhere around like between $25 to $30 USD.
Yeah.
Our game is currently priced at $30 USD, which will remain the case throughout all of early access until release. We may or may not fiddle with it after release. I think it's probably going to stay around that, though. It's not going to change heavily. The game does just, especially once, I think even now it has quite a bit of content. It's like 22 levels for the campaign, plus the map editor, plus skirmish mode, which is quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I think $30 is perfectly fine. It's for the amount of gameplay you have. And then, I mean, it's early access. We currently have 2 campaigns in the game. We're going to have 5, plus some additional like side stuff. So
it's a lot of a lot of bang for your buck in there.
Yeah, I don't think it's an unreasonable price. A couple of people have complained about it being expensive, but like our answer to that is just, it's early access. We're still adding stuff. Just understandable, but just wait until we add more stuff, until we think, until you think it's worth that amount, and pick it up then.
Yeah. And I think there's also like some kind of genre expectation where like, strategy games, they are kind of typically maybe priced more around there. Whereas like, different genres kind of are at different ranges in the prices.
Yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind as well. Like that's true. Like you don't see too many reasonably serious strategy games priced at like sub $10, $15. Because strategy games just I think that's mainly also out of necessity, which I didn't mention, but I mean, it's straightforward enough. Just like we need
it's a lot of development effort, and
strategy games in general, like RTS, the barrier to entry is a lot higher than other genres. Like if you compare it to like platformers and such, where there are robust supports and resources and engines and things like that designed for them. There is none of that for RTS. Nothing exists. The closest thing is like Spring RTS, which is very limited. It's not a bad thing, but it is limited in what it can do, and ours was out of scope for it. So Unity is essentially the best thing that exists for it, and it has no built-in support for it. Like, Unity has a lot of useful tools, and for an RTS, you can use none of them. Just
Zilch not
even less for Dots. But Dots, fortunately, is really well suited to the needs of RTS. It's harder to work with, but just by its nature is good for this kind of thing. But yeah, my general point is just strategy games always are generally going to be priced higher. At least within, higher within that sort of normal indie game range. Just out of the fundamental necessity that the barrier to entry for developing them is a lot higher.
Yeah. Also, we need to be able to. So we are a niche genre within a niche genre, right? We are a auto battler strategy game within strategy games, which is in of themselves not a massive genre.
Yeah.
Which is also good because there's not that much competition benefit, but the player base is kind of much smaller. So we're a completely new group. We have no name for ourselves. We have no reputation whatsoever. So we need to be able to have enough money that we can keep working on it, as well as kind of sustain having a life. So we had to just settle on a number that. So currently our game's priced at $30. Oh, Owl's already said this, at $30 USD, and that's enough for us to sustain ourselves for a good number of months from our initial sales. Like, we're good for about, say, 7 months. And that is more than enough time to get the next campaign out, to get some more content out, to do another marketing push, to get more income, and then we can build up from there. And that's wonderful, and that's what we need, because we're a small indie team and we need the resources. So yeah, there's also just a lot of math in it, in just raw survival necessity, which is nice, which is understandable. So yeah,
that's great. I know we're coming up on like 2.5 hours here. Are you guys doing on time? We have
good.
More questions. If you guys want to keep. Okay, cool.
Just gonna say,
game developers, we don't have lives.
The thing is, I am normally up until like 6 a.m. or something ridiculous, because I have to work with Brendan over here, who's 7 hours behind me. Because I'm South African. I'm in South Africa. Alex is in Norway, and Brendan is in Canada. We have a vastly different time scale. I don't think we haven't actually mentioned the fact that we're in completely different countries and very different locations.
Yes,
it's very far away from each other.
Time zones are fun.
Time zones are fun. So I am very used to staying up to like ridiculous. So like
as
are
like we all.
As are we all. Brendan will work 90-hour days, like the day before the demo. Don't worry about that.
It's not that uncommon for me to like wake up at my I don't know, 9 to 11 a.m. and then just like, hi Al, and he's like still like doing some balance changes or something.
I'll wake up and Brendan's there just doing shenanigans. Go to sleep, Owl. He's like, no.
What's your guys' kind of like work like communication? Like, do you guys just like hop in a Discord call whenever you guys are working, and that's just kind of
send messages? We have a so in our Discord server, we have a subsection that's literally just for us, and it's a whole bunch of channels on a variety of topics. So we don't just have like one channel. We try to sort everything in. We have discussion, we have coding, we have arting, we have adverts and mosquitoes. We have adverts and analytics, and then we have a kind of a few archival file channels, and we have a balance channel, all sorts of stuff. So we can keep topics of discussion sectioned and return to them at any given time, or leave stuff for someone else to consider later while dealing with something else at the same time. So we can very easily juggle a whole variety of topics while trying to work on stuff at different time zones. And then also, yes, we do just hop on calls occasionally.
Yeah, generally we want the... Yeah, we do like all of our asynchronous communication through like Discord text channels.
Yeah,
and because they're segmented, Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it's nice because you have the whole record of, like,
Yeah,
all
exactly.
sorts of things.
Discord is I really appreciate that Discord keeps like a permanent record, because none of us have remotely good enough memories to keep track of like 2,000 updates worth of stuff, right? So it's, if we want to like,
You guys can't all keep 86,000 lines of code in your head.
No.
But yeah, like it's really good on. It's very, Discord is very convenient in that we can, a lot of the times we will discuss something over text and like come to a decision on it. On like how we want to approach a problem or how we want to do something, and it's not immediately practical to do it in the moment. So we decide how to do it, and then we're like, but this is something that we will do later, and then but it's just preserved there, and we can just use the Discord search function and come back to it at a later date.
Yeah, totally.
And then generally, if there's something that is immediately being worked on that we are trying to implement in the present moment, or something that has a lot of complexity that we just want to go back and forth about a lot, that's when we'll hop in a voice call. They're a little bit, due to the time zones thing, it's a little bit harder for us to do that. Right, but I'd say it's generally pretty productive, like just being able to, it's just faster, right? Being able to exchange ideas and stuff like that. And we often like stream share our code or whatever we're working on, and just be like, we can point out things and be like, oh, maybe we should try implementing this in a little bit different way or what have you.
Also, a little bit on the note of asynchronous communication and what you asked about earlier about prototype projects. We have prototyped some of the features for our game in separate projects. I think we have something called, I don't remember if it's Titanfall still.
Titanfall. No, it's Titanfall. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So there we
Brendan immediately goes,
So there we have like a few, I guess, unit tests or something like that for, like, for instance, spatial partitioning or other things. So it's like a project where we implemented a random algorithm, made a randomized test, and then can just run it. And we use that to, for instance, develop like different variations of hash maps and quad trees and things, and we still have them there so we can compare them easily. I think we have like 6 variations. One of them crashes the editor.
Yes.
I think, but
one of them crashes the editor, which is great.
But the other ones work. So we have dabbled in making separate projects to test certain things, because some things it's just too difficult to work in an IoT response. I mean, the editor is not responsive, especially for being 2021, right? The new one is responsive. So it's slow. We risk breaking things. It impedes our own change sets, right? Because for the duration you try to test things, you can't push because you will break the other people's project. So we have done that a bit. I have also personally in my test projects also been, again, it's prototypes. So I have been experimenting with dots or other features. For instance, one of my projects is called, again, prototype project. It's called Open Stars, and it's basically just an n-body simulation, literally the, n-squared problem. And there I figured out that
things and planets.
Yes. So it's basically just lots of circles that fall against all other circles. That's all the project is at the moment. But what it has been is an amazing test bed for developing performance improvements. Because you can just spawn a million circles and make the simulation run at 0.0001 frames per second. And I have, for instance, used that project to learn how to make the burst compiler vectorize code. And with that, I have been able to, for instance, reach, I think it was roughly 20 billion gravity comparisons a second, which is like 50% of the total hertz of my CPU, which is a bit funny. Because my CPU has 4 gigahertz and 8 threads, which is 40 billion hertz per second. So I don't know how exactly it works, but hey, I have like 50% of my hertz in gravity comparisons, right? So there is some insane optimization you can do if you figure everything out, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And I would say that people should consider making prototype or tech dev projects which have a single experiment in mind, so you can just freely do that.
Also, Titan Thought, which is the name of the project again, is sections. So there's also there's different scenes for testing different stuff, and we have different code in different files and things. So it's all nice and mosquitoes. So it's all nice and segmented, and it's all built in OOP. It's not, well, the parts that need to be tested in ECS are in ECS, but generally, if you want to prove a concept, if you want to get something working, you can just make it an OOP nice and quickly. Because as wonderful as ECS it is a pain in the backside to build stuff quickly and efficiently with it. If you just want to get something going and you just want to see something working conceptually, right? And then once you're satisfied with that, you can work out translating it into ECS to make it work faster, which is a very nice process. For instance, our ship movement, which is our unit movement, and including even the new movement of missiles and things, is something we've fought with for a very long time because it's a very complex situation. If you want things to accelerate to other things, but decelerate, but have holding distances and all sorts of, it's nonsense. So I've been fighting with this for so long in our ATS project, and the problem is iteration time slows down hugely because every time you have to load the game, go to a map, open it up, go look at the thing, have debugging tools and stuff to visualize the information, because otherwise you can't tell if the thing's working correctly or not.
Yeah.
But in your own standalone project, you can just make horrendously messy, unperformant visuals and whatever you want to do, and then just get the actual code specifically working. So that's what I did for our unit movement. Our unit and ship movement actually works really well now because I just went out and made a system in its own thing, and then took that, translated it into ECS, and then stuck it into our main game, and now that works beautifully and cleanly. So have a test project, especially for proving concepts, and definitely prove concepts before you try to implement them in your primary project, because otherwise you're a maniac.
That's really good advice.
So we still do it anyway because we're idiots, but regardless,
we don't do all of it there.
We don't do all of it there. Absolutely right. So yeah, that's the method. Because I mean, after 4 years, eventually we get good at things, and we've worked out better strategies for handling these kind of things. So also, yes, ML was 86,000 lines of code.
Sorry, you were saying, Alex?
Just briefly, I saw Blade Rex is saying, guess that explains why Sponse's performance is so good. Unfortunately, these performance findings I have been finding in my tech projects have not been applied to our project yet. Like I have been too deep.
Some of them.
Which ones?
The earlier ones, not any of the current ones. I think.
Yeah, okay,
Alex,
sure.
I know.
So either way, they are things to consider. But I have been very deep into developing my faction because, after I had spent like a year working on grid systems and figuring out AI, I did not have much extra time for my faction. So my faction is currently behind, and it is currently my top priority to try to catch up on that. So, but luckily, my faction is also the one that has the second to last campaign. So
lucky.
Therefore, I did have that headroom. But yeah, still. So there are optimizations to be made, as Slaps knows, but it's still, it's not currently implemented, at least not the heaviest improvements I have found yet. And some of them are also very rigid. For instance, the one that I used for Open Stars, the one Gravity Sim one, with the maximum amount of performance, is not actually ECS, which is pretty fun enough. And it's also not compute shaders. So yeah.
Go for it, Brendan.
Oh, okay. I was just going to respond to Yevon asking about whether we use Unity integration tests. Oh, perfect. Generally, not too much in the main project. Generally, that's more in the side projects. We have a few, but overall, like, it's a funky thing about making a game, right? Which is kind of ultimately about making things interact with each other. A lot of the time, the only way we can reasonably test stuff is just by running a scenario in the game and seeing how things actually behave. So in a lot of cases, the closest thing we have to unit tests in the main project are basically levels which just have a set of units on them, where we are testing the way they behave in a certain kind of constructed scenario. To see something like, okay, does our movement code handle this scenario correctly? Does the unit actually do what it should? If I fire a bunch of units at this point defense ship, will all of its individual like defensive guns correctly target and engage the missiles incoming? And destroy as many of them as it should before they reach it. Things like that. So we kind of have unit tests in the main project, but they're not really code unit tests.
Not like
they are
traditional
mainly,
unit tests, what you would think.
Yeah,
of.
they are physically, we put units in a map and watch what they do.
Yeah.
Because often that's just the only way to test something.
You say some of that stuff you're kind of doing in some side projects. Like what types of things and like what's kind of the goal with that, I suppose.
That's kind of what Laps and Alex were talking about with like Open Stars and Titan Thought, where it's essentially like a tech demo, tech test project. And that's kind of where we have more like code-oriented unit tests, where it's like, okay, let's isolate this particular system that we are thinking of adding, or that we're thinking of reworking, or what have you.
Gotcha. And that's so you can like make sure that's all really solid before kind of moving that over to your main project.
Yeah, because again, the main project is not easy to test things like that, because it's like there's so much going on in like the game itself. So yeah, we try to get that stuff sorted out as much as possible before we move it into the main project.
Gotcha.
Because doing code-based unit testing in the main project is not straightforward.
Yeah. In many ways, there are things that we should have code-based unit tests, but it's also something I don't have experience in, so I never did it in the beginning, and I won't do it now because I don't really care enough. The problem is that like at this point we've ironed out so much stuff, and we're actually very good at the code side of aspects. That the problems come in the complexity of unit interactions. So the reason we have, as Owl as well pointed out, the reason we have physical unit tests of ships in scenarios and lots of different things is because the level of complexity is far beyond what you'd be able to reasonably put into a code written unit test. It's just not plausible. It's not plausible to feed in all these parameters and have an expected result cleanly.
Yeah,
we should have small unit tests in certain areas, but like it's too late. We never did it, and things now work. So
yeah, and like in a majority of situations, the issue really with putting in unit tests is, again, the goal of essentially all of our code is making things interact in correct ways within the game. So in a lot of cases, like, you could write a code-based unit test, but it would be difficult to know what the actual correct outcome would be. Like, yeah, you can feed in a bunch of variables to a system and have it output a result, but say it returns. Okay, for example, like to give a simple example here, if we're looking at like the unit targeting behavior system, right? Where we're feeding in like 50 variables into some kind of computation to determine the target's priority of a bunch of things it may be facing. We can totally give it like a bunch of numbers for sample targets that get fed into a unit test in the code and have it return target values for all of those. Great, that covers. We have spent a lot of time setting up that one unit test, and it covers exactly one possible, very, very specific scenario that may occur in the game.
Yes.
And these values are, like, they're not ultimately that meaningful, and it's not necessarily clear what the answer
it's
should
mostly
be.
internal stuff, and it's more, I guess, like playing the game, and it's like, does this feel right? Does
we
it
can check that the math works out correctly, but that's kind of the limit of meaningful information that we can derive from code-based tests like that in a lot of cases.
Also, there's a wide variety of realistic circumstances you cannot predict because you didn't know they can happen. So, for instance, a shipyard spawning and still having a physics component on it and falling out of the world. Well, great, amazing. This wasn't something I knew I could have tested it for. So, or this thing at a very specific angle results in a calculation that returns a you're doing like quaternion math, right? And you do something, NAN, thank you, there's the word I'm looking for. Returns a NAN, and now the whole unit explodes, and a whole bunch of other things explode in a large kind of chain reaction, and suddenly things don't work or whatever happens. And those are things you just can't predict because you don't have enough experience to even know that that's a possibility to happen. And so there's just such a wide variety. It's such a massive game. Like, the game is stupidly big in a technical context. It's unreasonable just how big this game is. And to adequately test everything would take until the heat death of the universe. Not that long necessarily, but it feels like it. You know, we're such a scrappy team, and we have to get stuff done really fast. So our testing methodology is very move fast and break things and be kind of good enough. Does stuff visually work? Fantastic. We're moving on, right? Like, do we know that this math works? We'll test it. If it's really important, we definitely test it thoroughly and make sure the numbers are correct. But if it's kind of movement, or it's more feel oriented, or it's the size of an explosion, or it's whatever, it's the volume of a sound projector, that we do it by feel and we move on, and it's good enough. So that, absolutely, as Brendan said very well.
I would also like to mention, specifically for my personal tech dev projects, they are not necessarily always something that will end up in ATS. So some of it's just out of personal curiosity, seeing the limits of dots and all of that. Some of them, I would like to have in ATS, but again, there can be time constraints. So halfway implementing these things into ATS and then realizing, wow, this is not feasible for our circumstances, and then having to pull everything out again, that will just be annoying, right? Especially if I wanted to save that work for later, right? Like, the obvious solution would have been to click undo changes, but okay, I just lost 2 weeks of work, right? So this is also another reason for just having a separate project. What was the alternative to unit test? It was like integration testing or something like that. I don't remember. But there is a step above unit tests where you test a whole system. And doing this intertwined into the existing massive project is just a pain. So again, some of, like, for instance, the peak optimizations I reach for dots, in OpenStars, might not be feasible for ATS because it literally isn't dots. So and converting our game to that won't be feasible, but at least I know it exists, right? So if there is a niche case later on where it's viable, I have the reference always there, just sitting in a separate project.
Makes sense. Cool. And as we kind of start to close things out here, we do have some questions from people that they submitted over on Patreon. We've gone over a couple of them already, but there were a couple other interesting ones that I want to hit on.
Sure, please.
From Mr. Awesome here. So what specific patterns or practices have you developed for data-oriented programming? And Luke, I did write this down. You wanted me to bring up the generic unit spawner.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes. So part of one very common thing that we use is messenger entities. Some guy asked this much earlier. He was asking about, you've basically made your own event system. Do you wish that ECS had its own event system? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't. It's fine. So working with Unity events, or Unity events, working with Unity entities as messengers is actually very robust. The only problem is you have like a frame delay. So a lot of the problems in ECS when it comes to communicating with things is you can't do this thing. You have one unit in OOP code, and you're going to run through its thing. You're going to hit the function. The function will be called. It'll call the thing with that it's referencing and run the function on the thing it's referencing. You can't do that in ECS. There's no equivalent. You can't do it, and you shouldn't do it because it's terrible practice for performance and functionality. So in the end, if you want to communicate something to something else, you're going to have either it happen in a system that's afterwards. Next, you'll have to do it in .run and then do like some component thing in the system, which would be on single thread. And we remember, we hate single thread. We want to do multi-thread all the time. We want to multi-thread and we want to burst it all the time. So the most performant way is to have a entity command buffer that you say, okay, make an entity and attach this component that has whatever relevant information we want to process. So whether that's damage or a unit spawn request, whatever it might be. And then you have systems that look for those, grab all of them, collate them into a nice big array, delete all those entities, just purge them. And the mosquitoes are trying to eat me.
Purge those mosquitoes too. While you're
purge the mosquitoes. So you collate it all, you put it in an array, you purge them all, you have the array in run. And then in the example of the generic unit spawner, it reads all those instructions, and then it makes an array, and then it processes all those instructions. And then it spawns, spawn, boom, 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 unit. In the process, in the example of health, which I already explained earlier, you have a whole bunch of incoming requests. You append them to the buffers of all of those units. And then in a system, you just process all of the buffers and apply the health changes to the units. So messenger entities are very robust. We also use them for sound requests, for explosions. A gun wants to fire and make an explosion. So there's two parts of an explosion. There's the visual element, and there's also the damage operation, the SY damage area, or the CO damage, or whatever. Damage area request. So you make an entity, and you put on the damage area request and the thing, or you make two entities, depending on what you want to do. And then you have an entity, you have a system that processes all the damage area requests. It takes the thing, it does a little hash map query, finds the things, goes and applies, sends out even more messenger entities saying, hey, add all this damage to all of these units. That's how we handle AoE. And you want the visual parted, you have another entity that has a requester processed by another system that then spawns an explosion visual at the position with the size and properties, etc. And a lot of the time, if you're clever, you can straight up, when you spawn your explosion, attach that request to the explosion as it's the information that the explosion is going to process to then shrink or grow or do whatever. So you can handle a lot of very clean behavior very performantly with messenger patterns, which I found very nice. The only drawback is that there's going to be a slight delay, and if depending on when you're timing things, you might have to wait a frame or etc. There's slight complication, but you can get around that reasonably easily.
Yeah.
So that's probably the most powerful pattern that we use throughout the project. In terms of other projects, I don't know, other patterns, there's a lot of shenanigans going on, and it's difficult to pick out because there's a lot of small things that get used, maybe 2 or 3 times. But in terms of big repetitive systems, it's mainly the messenger entities.
Gotcha. Alex, do you have any patterns that you like to use in data oriented?
Well, personally, I guess it counts as a pattern. I am a fan of also having these sort of permanent messenger entities. I will maybe call them like communication entities or something like that. So, for instance, if you have settings for your game, you could have one entity that just has a giant component, because there will only be one of it, and it has all the settings as variables in there. And then if you change a setting in the game, the settings menu can just access that one entity, right? Like, this is not super performance critical. It can access that one entity, which is a singleton as well, so it can be accessed as such. Change those settings, and then all the systems can access it in the same way. So having these communication entities, it's sort of like a weird skew of messenger entities, because messenger entities tend to be the one use, or at least some of them are. While in this way, you sort of just have like global way to communicate between all your object-oriented things and all your ECS systems, because they, you just set the information in this nebulous entity that ECS handles on its own, and then every single system and every single mono behavior can just access that singleton and read the data or write to it as needed. This is one thing I have found useful in my separate projects, which are separate from ATS. Converting ATS to use that will maybe have been too much work, but it's at least something I have found to be very useful and simplifies for me how to communicate between both systems and mono behaviors.
Awesome.
I guess another pattern, if we can call it that, is a collect and process pattern. So as I was describing for targeting, the ability to just for each through a whole bunch of entities via query, whatever you want to query for components. And you dot run it, and you have a list, a native list, native array, whatever you want. And you use the for eaches to just quickly go through all the entities of a given type, or whatever the modern 1.0 equivalent should be, whatever. I think it is like an idiomatic for each or something, whatever. Yeah. You can do all that stuff, gather it all, put it into an array, process it into some kind of finalized information that you can then feed into a multi-threaded system, where you try to offload as much of the sort of heavy lifting work into the multi-threaded system and pre-process stuff for like a whole bunch of things beforehand. That's been very powerful, especially for hash maps and all those kind of targeting and query related things. Because you want to be able to build a system where you can get everything you want into one spot and then process it for as quickly as possible for in the most heavy duty parts of it. So that's another nice pattern. Beyond that, there's just a lot of once-off things and kind of just messing around with stuff. Alex mentioned a nice theoretical way of handling it. We use a lot.
What was that?
What? No, I was just saying. I was complimenting what you were talking about. That's fine. We end up using a lot of statics. Well, at least I do. I have a lot of code that has static things and variables that get set from different places. Because we don't have iSystem, and I like system based because I can just treat it as a
like a class.
as a class.
Yeah.
So singletons in the system base, and then on create just assign the singleton, and then go access that from whatever OOP script you want. Set things, do things. So that's quite nice. Quite nice for me as well, just to be able to set certain system overrides or things. But yeah, you should probably do it from like an entity or something. Then you can. That's probably the better way of handling it. But yeah, that's the kind of messy way that we do it. Yeah, I don't know. There's beyond that. Nothing immediately springs to mind, but something might come up just now. No.
I suppose I have used it in 2 projects now. The thing that achieved the absolutely insane performance on OpenStars. It's I don't know if it's called a pattern, but it's the idea of using a struct of arrays. If you're familiar with that data structure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, it does disqualify this as being dots because it does no longer make use of ECS necessarily. So you will have a struct of arrays. So you have like this struct, and it has tons of native arrays, and then you store the component-wise individual data in those arrays. So like, for instance, if you have 500 units that have an X and Y position, you will have a struct called units, and in that struct, you will have an X array and a Y array, and store all the data. So it's basically a super version of, float 4. It's just you have an array of floats, and it's all the same.
It's kind of how Unity ECS works under the hood, like how all the components are basically in their own arrays.
Yes, almost at least. No, ECS doesn't. So the burst compiler has I have talked with some people in your Discord server, by the way, about this, and we've actually cracked the code on how to use it with the ECS. But at least outside of ECS, Burst has something called auto-vectorization as a feature, but it's pretty esoteric. It's not very well documented, and you even have to put in a scripting define in the editor to even enable some features that allow you to debug it. So it's very hidden away, but if you get it working right, it ends up getting full. For the nerds out there, ends up getting a full 8-wide, like 8-wide SIMD over the struct of arrays. So when you work with the float 4, for instance, you can get up to 4 wide because it's a float 4. But if you get full auto vectorization, it ends up treating doing full SIMD over the struct of arrays. And ends up processing 8 values at a time. So for instance, 8 floats. And it also does some other shenanigans, like doing multiple of these SIMD instructions per loop, like 4. So it ends up doing, for instance, 32 values per loop. And again, through this, I have been able to get, what was it, like something beyond 1,000% more performance than ECS has, like full dots has. The most optimized I could get normal dots. So you can get some really insane performance, but you have to work with a structure of arrays, which is very clunky and very rigid.
Sure,
and it disqualifies this from being dots. It is still burst plus jobs, because you can also multi-thread this.
Right.
But it's no longer ECS. It doesn't make use of ECS. So the struct of arrays approach, if you have some single purpose use that needs absolutely incredible amounts of performance, it is an option. And I will be available in your Discord if anyone needs help with that. We have had discussions already about it. So, and we did get it working with iJob chunk as well, which is very cool.
That's great. Going back to a couple other questions from Mr. Awesome here. So there is one about GPU offloading. Like, how much have you been able to offload stuff to the GPU? I know, Alex, I think you had mentioned that you've done some stuff with compute shaders. So I'd be interested to know like what kinds of things that you've been doing with that, either in ATS or in any of the side projects.
Yeah, so in ATS we don't do any compute shaders. Well, actually, that's not entirely true because ECS does compute shaders. ECS does compute shaders with rendering, just rendering objects. Surprisingly enough, so as Brendan and I have discovered, well, and Alex, as we've all discovered to amazing amusement, ECS doesn't care how many things you want to render half the time.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier, actually, but just as a, I'm just going to briefly interject it here. Sorry, because I do think it's worth mentioning. Is just with regard to like our performance. One sort of interesting thing is that the ECS hybrid renderer is absurd. It's far too good at what it does. So we don't have any textures. I'm not sure. Our game just, the art style is textureless. It's just using.
Wait, and are you guys still on the hybrid renderer V1, or have you been able to?
I'd have to open up project. I have zero.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
Hang on, I'll open up an ATS in the background. Al, you can keep talking.
Sure, but yeah, no. The hybrid renderer for just rendering plain polygons, again, I'm not quite sure how well it interacts with like more complex textures. My guess is probably not as well, but we go for a textureless style. That was just a stylistic choice. And in that sort of textureless setting, it's really good at just straight up polygon rendering. Like, it's incredibly performant. And we've been able to, I'd say, leverage that to a fair degree to get performance in unusual ways. Like, for one thing, is with the amount of stuff that our game has and like how far away things can potentially be, you would expect like something like a level of detail systems, right? LODs to be a big deal. We want to do those at some point. We have not even done them because they straight up have not been necessary. Because rendering just isn't that heavy. there's like one of our maps has sort of a debris storm where you're fighting, and there's all kinds of pieces of debris and asteroids and such flying toward the camera. I originally made the prototype of that as just there's the planet you're orbiting, and I have like 1 million entities childed to that, and in like a
Wow.
substructure. Maybe it's less than 1 million, but a horrendous number of them.
But it's lots. It's way too many.
Yeah, no, I guess they're grouped into like several per. Like there's a whole bunch per individual entity, so it's probably still it's a obscene number of them. And they're just childed to the planet, and they just rotate around it. I put that together as a prototype to see how it would look, fully intending on, making some kind of particle-based implementation of it that would replicate similar to. No, it just works. It has I'm doing my development work on like a 8-year-old laptop. I don't notice any performance overhead whatsoever from the hybrid renderer rendering all of this out to, I think, our far clipping plane, because it's in space, right? So you want to be able to see things very far away. Yeah. Is at like 100,000 or something like that. Wow. It's like basically as far as you can get without getting like floating point issues.
Yeah.
So you can see like the debris storm orbiting this planet coming up from the other side of the planet, which isn't like at actual real planet scale, but it's like the size of the moon in terms of actual physical scale. And you can just see all of this stuff coming up and flying past, and it's like, no, the hybrid renderer does not care. I saw someone's asking Testra's how it's literally using like the URP materials. I don't know what the proper term for them is, but like,
if you just normal material.
If you just use like the default URP materials and then just configure the settings within Unity and don't apply any texture to them. Gotcha, that's literally what we do. Okay. Even like when you have a unit with multiple colors on it, that is not a texture, that is different materials on each section of the unit.
Oh, wow.
As defined. Yeah, we make our units in Blender, color them. Yeah, no, there's only one color per material. There is no texture whatsoever on anything. Yeah. Which we didn't expect to be a like ideal long-term solution, and then we just the original intent was that we'll
this is just a little placeholder art.
Yeah, this is like
an actual
quick and dirty way to do it, right? Yeah. And just get some visuals in place. And then we were like, the hybrid renderer does not care. If we use this workflow, the hybrid renderer does not care how much stuff we put in front of it. So we've just stuck with that because we like the way it looks, and it works really well with
the thing that lags us the most. Well, I was probably going to get to this. The thing that lags us the most is just like a few transparency textures.
Yeah,
do you want to nuke the game? Put like 9 sprites with transparency in front of each other. That nukes the game. We don't know why.
And sprites specifically.
Oh, it's so funny.
The sprite rendering is so much worse performance-wise than the like 3D like.
Like, are you talking like using a sprite renderer versus just like a quad with a texture on it?
Yeah, like we use some sprites for like background,
like star fields and stuff.
Yeah, you don't use very much of it, but like that has a surprisingly, compared to the like tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of rendered 3D objects, that has more performance overhead. Just having like a few sprites.
Walter, not UGUI. No, when we're talking about sprites, we're talking about 2D world sprites.
Yeah,
2D world sprite renderers. Those things do not perform well, unfortunately. Also, our hybrid render version is 0.51. That's our hybrid render version. There you go.
Well, but they came out at some point. I can't remember if this was after 1.0, but there was like a hybrid renderer V2 is what they called it.
Right. No. Yes, no, this is hybrid. Yes, sorry, you're completely right. This is literally hybrid render V2. Sorry, I know it's in the scripting
Because
defined.
there's
Right.
no. Well, I think there's a. Yeah, I can't remember. There's a scripting
No, it's in
defined
this-
to either put
Yeah.
it on the version 2 or back to version 1 or something like that.
So we have.
Alex, do you know?
Yeah, I believe we are on V2.
Okay.
Also, just I saw Walter just mention something about Unity.mathematics SIMD a brief bit ago. So yeah, I also did try that before I got the full vectorized version working. But the thing is, you would think so. Unity.mathematics SIMD with the float 4 and so on types does 4 at a time, and vectorized only does 8 at a time. But I still got a speed up of roughly 3.5 times. So it seems to be doing other things as well. So there really still are big gains to get past explicit SIMD. That's why I even bother mentioning this approach, because it really does yield a lot of performance, more than you would expect. You also asked previously about the compute shaders. So yeah, that's just some smaller experiments I had made on a test project, and yeah, it was like a small pixel game, pixel terrain game, and basically you would like color the pixels by having a single quad with a single texture that is occupying the whole screen, and then you would send information through compute buffers to the GPU to color those screens. Because one huge problem Unity has is that if you try to change a texture on CPU and then do apply texture, that's incredibly slow, even for like a single texture. And that's actually what our initial version of our map was. And it was incredibly slow for larger maps. So yeah, no, but that's all I have done. But it works. It runs very quickly. So it's something we could have considered for a future version of our map grid. But currently, every single tile is just an entity quad, and that's it.
Also, on another note of just kind of funny performance graphics shenanigans. So for a long time, we relied on the Unity VFX graph. So you're emitting particles and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So we used to have that on railguns and missiles and it looks nice. Problem is horrendously laggy, because
when you have as many of them as we
have. So not only does it create companion game objects, which is in of itself a slowdown issue, but just having that many of them trying to interact with the system is just laggy. So what we ended up doing was just making our own, which was quite fun. So I took like 3 days and went and made our own kind of particle system to run it on. And just a quad with a rendered dot on it, is staggeringly efficient compared to all of the like VFX stuff. The VFX stuff is very powerful, very extensible,
really flexible.
Obviously,
you can do a lot of stuff with it for sure.
Of course. But in terms of just raw performance capacity, we built a raw basic system in ECS. And I just built it in like 3 days. Literally was 3 days. And working with shader graph. And bang, there we had. Bang. Now we have nice just railgun trails. The game does not care how many of them you have, because they're just ECS quads with a shader on them. So ECS based particle systems that you just make yourself with ECS can be insanely performant compared to any of the pre-built stuff.
Yes.
So that's just something to be aware of. You can do it, and it works really well. So
and
quad, the shader.
Just to elaborate a little bit on that and like exactly how we're using it. So we still have VFX graphs in places for any kind of more complicated effects that we're not going to have too many of.
Correct.
Specifically, what Luke is talking about here, for like our custom particle system, is for effects that we are going to have a lot of effects that are kind of in a similar general vein. So we can tailor it toward just doing one or two. I think we have like 3 types of effects.
Yeah.
That it can pull off, and it's just very efficient at doing those. So like in our case, that is trails for whether that be for ships or projectiles. That can be particle spawning, like having particles that appear in an area. You set some parameters around where they can appear, and they fade in, fade out, change color throughout lifetime, that sort of thing. And I think the third one is like a pulsating effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like a sort of halo type pulsing effect. And those are like things that we have multiple, many things will have projectile trails, movement trails, sort of particle-y things, and pulses. So it's like those things that we're going to have a lot of, those are the only things that our custom system handles. Anything else we do still need to use a VFX graph for, but it really limits the number of them that we need. Sorry, go ahead, Alex. I kept accidentally speaking right
It's
answer.
fine. So to briefly elaborate on the particle system, since I seem to be the guy who likes needlessly optimizing things, I did take a look at.
I was just say, what was the strange code or whatever you had said at the beginning?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I just just like experimenting with getting maximum performance and stuff. So I took a look at the particle system just to see if there are any obvious things. Because we were struggling slightly on performance because someone here went overboard on spawning particles. So
might be Brendan. We'll never know. There's no who can
passive
prove
aggressive there.
I made a system. Brendan immediately broke it by spawning 10 billion particles.
I may have used it to make a flamethrower.
Yes, exactly.
Such a good flamethrower, though.
So the thing is, I took a little bit of a look on the spawning of the particles, and simply moving like some component changes from per particle basis to doing it to the prefab, so you do less operations in the final entity command buffer. That alone gave us like a 2x speed up. So,
well, to be clear, it was. So I had originally built the system where you spawn the particle and then you add the component to it. However, the adding was the slowest part. What Alex did is he went and it made you add. You added just a blank component to begin with, and then you set the component. And making it spawn the particle and then set the value is like stupidly faster. Which, yeah. So that was very good work from Alex. He also did something else. What else did you do, Alex? You did something else in there. Did you like?
Maybe there was a tag or something as well. But the whole point is, even if it's in the same operation, like even though you're queuing up, any tag. By the way, I just have to say, any structural change appears to be the same cost. It doesn't matter if it's even just a tag; it's as expensive. So you want to really reduce your structural changes.
Yeah.
And even if they are being done in the same entity command buffer, like let's say you are constructing an entity, right? You are adding the unit component, you're adding the movement component, you're adding the something else component. Every single one seems to have the same cost. So there doesn't seem to be an intelligence in the command buffer, like, okay, let's do all these structural changes in one batch, right? And just instantly move the entity to the correct place. No, it seems to first add the unit one and move it to the unit chunk, then add the movement and add it to the unit and movement chunk, and then add the last one. So it seems to do them individually, and every single one has overhead, the same amount of overhead actually. It's probably worse for larger entities, but still, even just adding a tag is as expensive. So in general, I will strongly suggest make sure that your entity prefabs have as wide coverage of all the components it's going to need before being spawned, before you actually spawn it and add it individually to them, because adding a single component is as expensive as spawning an entity or deleting an entity. All structural changes seem to have the same cost. So yeah, just by adding the component to the prefab gave us a 2x speed up because we didn't have to add it per particle. So
you guys can't even use enableable components either.
No, we
no,
can't.
we can't. And those are actually super quick. I have done research.
Yeah.
I wish we had them.
Yeah, no, I have to add and remove tags. In fact, not even that. I the way we get around is that we just have booleans in our structs and just say, yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to activate anymore. It's just faster than removing the thing.
Yeah.
At least if it's
Work
going to be
with the
turned
GI.
on and off, then just do a boolean.
Yeah,
Like, don't
yeah,
worry
yeah.
about it. Make your own enableable components, more or less. Yeah.
Mr. Awesome asked about structural changes.
No, we've already answered that. Yeah,
It was in just relation to some of the things you were talking about already. Actually, so he did actually submit another question here on Patreon about input stuff. So are you guys doing any interesting input system stuff, or is it mostly just kind of, you're using the mouse for just kind of like direct interactions with things?
What do you mean by interesting input stuff? So I'm
like, are you like, do you have any like
Specialists go to
input?
me.
Like, are you using like Unity's input system at all? And are you like, taking in any of that from like a system base to like modify entity data or doing any things like that?
Do you mean like when you're trying to select a unit or build something? Or what do you
Just kind of like anything with input. I mean, it is a little bit different
anything with
because
input.
you're using a game where it's like, you're kind of controlling, an army rather than like, directly controlling a specific player or something.
So it's quite nice in that basically all of our player interaction and input systems are just handled in OOP. We don't need to do any of it in ECS. So the HUD control, so the players, the OOP script that handles the player's interaction with the game world, putting down buildings or selecting things or changing the production of your yard, you want to build a different ship, whatever. All of that stuff can be handled blissfully in OOP land. And there's very little that has to be done in ECS. The things that we have to do in ECS are like selection effects. So if you click a ship and we want to add a selection ring, we spawn in the selection ring, give it a component to track this entity, and it follows it around. And when that thing is no longer detected as being selected, we delete all the selection rings, stuff like that. Health bars, spawning and those kinds of things. But in terms of, we don't actually need to take any direct input from the player just because our game doesn't need it. Our game doesn't need to. You can take everything from the OOP land. So things are quite clean in that regard. And then, I mean... So okay, in terms of input, I guess like when the player wants to build a structure, again, that's an OOP. As much as is possible, things that are kind of singular or very rarely done are done in OOP land just because it's easy to get it set up and running, and its performance impact is zero, more or less. For instance, the main game is obviously all in ECS. It's all entities, all the ships are entities. The level editor is a nightmare because it isn't. It isn't. We just grab the prefab and spawn it in as a game object. So the level editor is actually the least performant part of the entire game because all of the rendered objects, I don't mean the processing of them. There's nothing to process in a level editor. The things are just sitting there. But the rendering in the level editor is horrendous because you have like 1,000 game objects just lying around. And that's the scenario where you're like, wow, this is awful. So in terms of player input, it's all just an OOP strip doing like input.get key down or whatever and that kind of shenanigans or just check the mouse. Gotcha. I do have in a non-ECS related tangent, Unity's mouse handling is really annoying. So I made our own script for mouse handling. So I have a little SC mouse watcher script, which handles tracking mouse down, mouse up, mouse held for how long, how many clicks in a given repetition time. And I've reused that script in like 3 of my other projects. So it's there's a lot of stuff that you can improve in terms of Unity's mouse handling. But that's really it. We don't do anything special. Yeah. What are all these comments?
So yeah, this is kind of another thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit about performance. What has kind of your approach been to performance and analysis and just kind of tackling some of the bigger performance draws in your game?
Right. So we've always had an FPS counter in the top left of the game. So we can always notice when the FPS drops. And Unity's profile is very nice. So we just go window, open it up, and then bam, you go have a look at the profile, see what's causing this to lag down to 30. So we want the game to run smoothly. If it's not, we go have a look, and we just see, Unity is very nice. You can break it down. You can see the individual jobs running. You can see, okay, these things are going slowly. Okay, targeting is taking up a huge amount of time. We need to improve that, right? So our journey of even beginning to make targeting from the naive ON squared problem into a hash map started literally because we were getting lag, and we opened the profiler and looked and said, okay, well, this thing is huge. We need to go fix it. So our system has been very as needs must. We don't aggressively hunt for performance issues. We deal with problems that become evident, literally because our time is too limited to spend actively hunting. Mm-hmm. There are many things in the game that we could theoretically improve the performance of, but the necessity of it isn't there, because the rest of the game runs fine, and it basically doesn't matter. So that's generally our
so you're kind of like trying to avoid pre-optimization, and it's like literally just like, once the game starts slowing down, it's like, all right, let's pop open the profiler, see what it is, and we'll tackle that specific problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. Perfectly.
Yes.
Also, in terms of how do we measure it, a lot of it was just screenshots, just a screenshot of the profiler, put it down, put a timestamp, and then you just have a lot of those, and then you can collate the information, average it out, do whatever you want. So that's what we did when we were improving targeting. Is I just had me and Alex were doing it. We both just had a whole bunch of screenshots of the profiler and just all the timestamps and everything.
That's great.
And then we could reasonably be assured of if we were making things better or worse. It's a very imperfect system, but that was basically what we did.
Not only that, I don't know how it usually goes, but at least in our cases, most of the times where we improve performance, it has either been like a complete rewrite and completely different approach, or it has been something else of major influence. So you generally didn't need like nanosecond timings over 100 test cases or something like that to find the performance improvements. You will see, okay, this thing is 7 times smaller now. That's good, right? And then we are happy, right? So we haven't really been in the regime of micro optimizations, if that's sort of relevant. So we haven't needed to have some very accurate checks, I would say.
Awesome. Have there been any other like ECS assets or tools or libraries that you've used? If so, what are they? And if not, are there ones that you wish might exist?
Sure. No, not really. The only package we use is like Odin Inspector. That's like basically what we use.
Nice.
That's it. Odin Inspector is great.
It sounds like you're doing a lot of stuff with scriptable objects, so it's nice to be able to customize all those.
Odin Inspector is amazing. I love Odin Inspector. It's fantastic. I was I want to put buttons. I don't want to put headers. I don't want to do random shenanigans. I want to name my lists. Wow, beautiful. So that's basically what we do. We do Odin Inspector. Beyond that, there's basically nothing that we really use.
Yeah.
Do we? No, we don't have any other packages. It's literally just Odin Inspector and like a couple of. No, not even. Just
in terms of assets, we have like the spherical fog thing. That's I think the only thing we
forgot. Sorry,
is that the Spans?
It's I wish I had it here, but it's literally just a thing. Unity's like built-in fog system isn't very great.
Okay.
It just lets you generate like spherical fog areas or like camera fogs. If you want things to be like kind of obscured at a distance, or if you want to have, with the spherical fogs, you can do like planetary atmospheres and such. And it's just like, there is no simple way to do this yourself in Unity. It just doesn't have good support for it. So, we just bought an asset. It was like $20 or something.
Yeah. It's, I believe it's called like fast volumetric fog.
Yeah.
Fast volumetric
fog. Okay. I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you would have. It's excellent. I love it. Love it to bits.
Brendan
uses it everywhere.
It does what it should. Unfortunately, it's not. You can't put it on entities, but nonetheless, we mainly use it for like background scenes and such. Which, you just make that one object be a game object instead of an entity, and it's fine.
That looks good. And
Yeah,
it adds a lot of atmosphere to the scene. It's very nice. As well as just doing shenanigans.
but yeah, performs well, does what we need to, and yeah, Unity's built in. Like tools just don't give you a good way of handling.
Gotcha. And then the last question from the Patreon here from Aaron is, I'm curious if there are any thoughts around developing the game for VR and whether you've considered or not, and what roadblocks you think you might have encountered if you VR.
So I actually did a little bit of VR development for my 1-year course that I took in Unity. That was quite fun, and unfortunately, so I also play VR games. I have a little VR headset over there.
Sweet.
And unfortunately, ATS. You probably could. I mean, Owl has his opinion. We'll see what he thinks in a moment. But it's the ATS is quite complicated in a sense, and there's a lot of like HUD and UI information that's difficult. I would believe really annoying to try to cram into a VR display system because in VR you have a very limited field of view. And you do not have direct control over your HUD, generally speaking, because you need your HUD to track your head, or you need it to stay somewhere, and it needs to stay somewhere that's out of the way, but that you can't lose or lose track of, and it's still in the way so that you receive vital information like, oh, your command center is blowing up. Like, there's some things you have to be made aware of. So if you wanted to make a VR, the thing is actually, ATS would not be bad in VR because you don't have to control your units. You're just putting down buildings. Yeah. So from a gameplay perspective,
the perspective of it is good, but then it's like you have to like rethink your whole user interface almost.
Yeah.
So you would need to literally overhaul everything about the way the user interface and information is conveyed to the player in every way, shape, and form. But from a gameplay perspective, it would work. It would actually work and be fine. But from a usability perspective and information, it would be a pain in the ass to try to design something that would work with that.
Yeah, like we could. It's more of a question of how many people are going to actually attempt to play this in VR?
There's the economic question of, is anyone going to be buying this?
Absolutely maybe 5 people.
Let the community make the VR mod for it or something. And
yeah, like as Luke said, it's basically we would just have to redo the UI, but which is a not insubstantial amount of work, but it's not like a ridiculously unfeasible amount of work. It's just a normal large amount. But I would. How many people want to play this game? I don't know. I genuinely don't have an answer to that. I have no idea. Like I don't think that many people, like just intuitively, I don't think a lot of people play strategy games in VR. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Maybe it's just because they don't exist. Maybe this is a gap in the market.
That's honestly, that is fair. Like I could see it being kind of neat. Like one thing in our game is we don't have like a fixed top-down perspective like a lot of strategy games. You can move the camera in, around, orbit, even underneath, stuff like that. So you can like put the camera in the middle of a battle and get like a very nice situation where you're like surrounded by ships fighting and such, which would actually be quite cool in VR. So yeah, like it's interesting that you've raised the point because we've legitimately just not thought about it before.
Oh man.
Maybe.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
ATS VR edition coming spring 2030. There you go. Here's the date. Same year as Everfallen Empire comes out. Am I right, Al?
Yeah, it will go in the bucket of maybe post-release things that we have vague ideas and thoughts about doing, but we'll see how many of them actually ever make it to
Gotcha.
Unity does actually have quite a nice VR package set, so it's actually not. It wouldn't be hard to get VR
whole kit thing.
working.
Yeah, it's good.
But yeah, anyway, that's just a very amusing idea.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is.
Missile care, maybe.
Yeah, we got all kinds of comments for the ATS card game, ATS VR, ATS dating sim.
Thank you, nice. Yes, that's one of our testers. That's Nightmare.
All the
He's
spin-off
one of
games.
our- He's a tester and a Patreon. He paid us $50 to get into the testing early.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Haven't seen a
that's.
spaceship
I will
dating
say
sim.
that's one thing we did. Also, just to minor interjection on that
Enthusiast.
note because we forgot to mention it. In terms of like, you asked like how we had gotten our tester group and such. In addition to the ones that we just kind of selected from the community, we not that long ago actually started up a Patreon, and yeah, and the highest tier, which is $50, gets you essentially a free copy of the game and beta tester access. And yeah, it lets you play all the pre-release stuff that is in development.
For sure.
You know, with the disclaimer that some of it may not work correctly because it's
Right.
in development
Yeah.
and there's reasons that we haven't put it out for public release. You only have to stay subscribed for 1 month because we figure, that we're selling the game for about $30.
Yeah.
If you pay us $50, which is almost double the cost of the game, like fair enough. That's you don't, so a lot of people did
cool
just
way to do it,
subscribe
yeah.
for 1 month and
Yeah.
then cut or downgraded their subscription after, which is fine. But yeah, so we acquired a bunch of other testers through that, as well
Nice.
as a bit of funding.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I
very
mean, those are
nice.
kind of all the main topics I had to talk about or wanted to talk about. Is there any other thing that you think that we didn't hit that might be interesting for people?
Let me check the list you sent us.
Oh, one thing I will mention on that note as well, just because that brought to mind, like, funding in general. In terms of just like how, or like budget and allocation for this game, all of our budget except for the 500 that went to the Indie Bros, which is our like marketing agency, our budget for this game was about $3,500.
Yeah.
The other
Okay.
3,000 all went to our composer, Peak Sound, just to make the soundtrack for the game. That was the entire budget of the game. That is
Wow.
all,
3,000.
however much we paid for Odin Inspector and
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So maybe like 30,
There you go.
$3,600
Yeah.
basically.
But our like general thinking on that basically was anything that is remotely close. Sorry, Walter, while I just saw your comment, we've been working on the game for about 4 years.
4 years,
Not
and 2 months.
the first bit was kind of part-time
getting
and we were just learning tools. I would say we've been working on it full-time for about 3 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to what I was saying, the our kind of philosophy or general pattern when it comes to like what to commission and spend money on and stuff like that is basically looking at our between the three of us what our skill sets are and what are at least adjacent to what we know how to do, and being like, okay, if we can learn how to do something, if we either know how to do something already or have at least the basics of it, or think we can learn it fairly quickly, we will just do that ourselves and not spend money on it. So where all of our budget got allocated to was ultimately like the one thing that none of us have any sort of experience in, which is like composing music. Totally out of all of our skill sets, none of us know how to do this, and even less so do any of us know how to do this well. So we're like, okay, well, the minuscule amount of money we have is all going toward that because everything else we can do at least to some extent on our own.
Yeah.
So all of our funding just went toward the things that we straight up can't do.
There you go.
So like the game isn't done yet, but like the remaining things, the only 2 remaining things that will have additional actual capital spent on them are voice acting and
Character
like
portraits.
Yeah, like 2D. Currently we just have like placeholder portraits for characters. Just threw them in. Yeah. Anyway, we'll
Like,
yeah, like that's well, Alex's portrait here is one of them. But yeah, they're placeholders just meant to give a general idea of what the character looks like. We didn't put a lot of time and effort into them. We're going to hire like an actual proper artist to draw us some portraits. Because again, that's not within our skills. Like 2D art is not within our skill set.
Yeah.
Voice acting, Laps actually has a little bit, but he probably should not voice act the entire cast of the game. It would be interesting.
That'd be preferable. I prefer not to have to do that. I'll do this voice, and I'll do this voice, and I'll do that voice.
You do have a good voice, but it would be like almost comedic if like you were literally
everyone. I know. So
like imagine someone like goes into the game and they like didn't know that, and they're like, okay, like that's good, and like another person starts talking, and they're like, all right, that's good, and then like 3-4 people start talking like, is this all the same guy?
You like pitch shift, it slightly makes no difference. They all just know it's you.
It would be very funny. Nobody would be able to take the game remotely seriously, so we're not going to do that.
We would lose all respect immediately. So our game actually has quite a lot of dialogue. Sorry, Al, what do you want to say?
No, go ahead.
Our game has like a ton of dialogue. Like we've actually written a rather story-heavy RTS game, at least for other standard RTS games, because we want to have a nice story, right? Like we have a nice game, we want to have a nice story that people can enjoy, and like not everyone cares about the story, and not everyone cares about not having that's weirdly phrased. Some people don't mind if there is a story. Some people really mind if there is a story, and so we just have invested a lot of time and effort into writing a nice story that people can enjoy and get invested in.
Story
as well as
just the main focus of the game, really.
Yeah, literally. It's also basically what you're paying for, because the demo is the skirmish for free. So it's like you could basically play half the game for free, which is why people have like 300 hours in the demo, and then people go and buy the game for the campaign and for Tycon as well, because we don't have Tycon in the demo skirmish. There's just a ton of dialogue. So we have a whole cast of characters and all sorts of shenanigans. And I would love to voice at least one of them, because then we can cut down on some costs. Because there's one character called Holt that is everywhere, and he's always with you, and he has so much dialogue, and it's all my fault. So I have to accept this problem. There's definitely things that we need to try to solve ourselves, but then we'll expend money on getting like proper help and proper talent to come do things, which is nice.
Yeah, actually, this is a good question on the demo. How does it communicate what parts they're missing out on?
There is a Brendan,
okay, good. No,
I was. Okay, you go.
I'll just answer you guys.
We have our campaigns menu. So you have the main menu, then like skirmish and campaigns and such. In the campaigns menu, everything we have kind of each of our campaigns listed on the main campaign screen with a short blurb about kind of what the campaign's about and what faction you'll be playing as. Little side story campaigns at the bottom, which aren't available yet. And essentially just shows all of the campaigns that will be in the game, how many missions are in them, etc. And the ones that you can't play in the demo are just locked. They're, do we grade them out? No, I think we just lock them.
We grade them out. We do. I think
it's like some little icon or something, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, they're locked and inaccessible, but you can see that they are there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then obviously the campaign that we have after the one that is in the demo, the prologue campaign. You play through it and you get to the end, and it's like an obvious jumping off point for more story. Without getting into any spoilers, at the end of the demo campaign, there's like a big major plot event that kind of shakes up the situation your character is in, kind of recontextualizes what's going on, and hints at, that there's like a deeper things going on, and essentially sets up the beginning of the plot for the rest of the game. It's a prologue. That's what it's there for. It's like fairly obvious from that as well, that there's more to come. And then we also have like a little pop-up after finishing that. That's just like, you've completed the demo. purchase the full game to
Yeah.
play the rest of the game. I don't actually remember exactly what it says, but something along those lines.
Right.
And one other thing as well is that on the main menu home screen, we also have like an info panel that just shows like this is what's currently in the game, this is what we're working on, etc. So there's that too.
What does it say when you finish? Does it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm freaking out quietly here because I can't remember if
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I don't remember.
I can't remember if I turned it off for the release version when I built for the demo initially. So I don't know if.
So if someone already buys the game, like it comes with a pop-up and say, "Buy the game."
Yeah, I really hope I turn that off. I really hope it's not there. I don't think it is because no one's mentioned it. But this is the kind of thing that gives me tiny panic attacks. Is when I remember something that I don't know if I set up properly. But yeah, no, that's Bryn covered that all perfectly. And then Walter says you probably shouldn't answer this, but is it actually stripped from the demo, or could they break into it? Sorry.
I think you're back.
Give it a couple seconds.
It's Unity.
Oh,
it's Unity opening ATS.
Yes. I'm familiar with this.
ATS is opening there. So
we hear you.
Murdered my PC for a brief moment. Thank you, Unity.
Yep, it does that.
So in the demo, I just straight up delete giant sections of the game. It's great. I just click, delete, I just delete a whole bunch of things, and then I build the demo, make sure the demo works, and then just go ship it. Yeah. So like the level editor is physically deleted. That code doesn't exist. Nor do the scenes for it, nor do the systems for supporting it or loading maps. It's all just deleted, and it's beautiful.
Keep like the button in the main menu to say, "Hey, this is."
If you did like use Beppin, so you can use Beppin to like turn on the buttons and then go to the editor menu. But if you tried to go into any of the things, it would literally just crash game.
Joke's on you.
I'm trying to find something that doesn't exist. How strange. Or if you tried to like load into the campaigns that aren't done yet because they would be released otherwise. Well, okay, fine. The one campaign that's actually done is in the release version. If you did Beppin the exit, the map files technically exist, but the scene files that they rely on don't, so the maps would just crash, which is really funny. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff I just straight up delete and brutalize, which is rather fun. So yeah, that's how we ensure that our demo is not breakable, or I guess just a free copy of the game, right?
Yeah.
Even though our game basically doesn't have DRM, so if someone wanted to just like, if someone wants to pirate the game, they could just copy the thing and paste it to someone. Like, there's no stopping it. We don't care.
Heard it here first, folks.
Listen, the thing is,
we're not really worried about piracy.
No, like the thing is, piracy will just happen.
I mean, it sounds like you guys have like a good community, and like the people who are into your game, like they really want to support you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and
that's
the major
experience we have had. Yeah. Quite a lot of support, and there was especially one person who went a little crazy and thought we wouldn't find out who it was.
Yeah, some guy gave us an unreasonable amount of money on our Patreon and is responsible for at least half the total sum that we have, which is really funny. And we won't mention names. So in terms of like piracy, we're just not worried. We don't care. Because, I mean, for all the piracy I've ever seen, and I have pirated games. I was 12. My dad pirated a whole bunch of games for me. They were great. I had a great time, and now I own them.
Pops.
Like, yeah. It's like people are going to pirate games. You cannot stop someone from breaking your game open when they have it on their computer, on their lap, with all of the modern tools available. And it's basically like just an extended demo. Like the whole reason we have a demo that's basically half the game is because it's excellent marketing. People play it and love it. And very crucially, if they hate it, they don't leave a negative review. They don't buy it. Nothing happens. They just go, "Oh, I hate this." Moving on. It's beautiful. It filters such a massive volume of people that just would absolutely not like your game. So there's like, who cares? You want to pirate it? Fine. You want to play the demo for 5,000 hours? Go for it. Like, it doesn't hurt us.
Also, I've heard it said, I forget who it was, but essentially saying that piracy is a service issue, which I generally am inclined to agree with. Like, you have to make you are only going to get significantly consequential amounts of piracy if there is a strong reason why people don't want to just purchase your game. There will always be like a handful of people who are just cheapskates and like just don't want to shell out the money for your game. Whatever, it's not going to be enough to affect your sales significantly. If you are having enough pirates that they're seriously impacting your sales, that is in fact a service issue. That means that you might want to reconsider what you're doing, because piracy generally is more awkward to do by its nature, right, than just purchasing the game on Steam or what have you, right? You'll have like one version and it'll be outdated, and then it's like you're not getting patches for it or anything, so no issues are going to be fixed. You're not going to get new content. Like if someone were to pirate our game in early access, like you would never get the rest of the game because it's physically not in there. It's not done yet. So you'd have to like keep repirating it, and then you port your save files somehow. And if we ever change the file structure, it's like it's very inconvenient, right? So the game's not that expensive. It's $30. So like there's no reason for anybody to. The only reason I can think of that anyone would actually pirate our game is if they just literally don't have the money for it. And if that's the case, I'm fine with it. Like, if you physically cannot afford $30, go pirate it. And you're that desperate and willing to put in the effort to like manually update every version, just go for it. That's fine. You wouldn't be doing that unless unless you physically can't afford it.
After this video, after people watch this video, you just see like a massive uptick in your player base, but like your sales stay exactly the same.
I mean, hey, at worst, it's free advertising. It's not like it costs us to manufacture a copy of the game. Yeah. It doesn't directly cost us anything. And look, if somebody is that invested in the game that they're willing to go through that amount of effort, chances are they will eventually buy it later anyway. So it's like
pretty much. Like, I mean, yeah. What was I about to say? Oh man, I've completely lost it now. Great. Okay. I was gonna say something funny.
Long tangent.
No, it's like from literally like 10 seconds ago. I can't believe myself. It's gone. Ripperonis.
Well, happens.
It's gone. Something related to piracy, I guess. But just I mean, if people are also like okay, sorry, yes. So the like paying for a lot of people, money is cheaper than effort. So like all the effort to go through piracy is so annoying. You can just pay $30 and have it forever and not have to worry again. There's also obviously the threat of malware and having to navigate weird, ugly sites with all sorts of weird junk. So there's all sorts of incentives why someone wouldn't want to do that in the first place anyway. But it's interesting. But that's why we have a demo.
Yeah,
that's why we have a nice big public demo. So that's good stuff.
But yeah, kind of the theory is like, because piracy is so inconvenient, it's like if you are getting that many pirates, probably there's like a good legitimate reason why people don't want to purchase your game.
Yeah,
fundamental problems.
Otherwise, don't worry about it.
Nightmare is Osseous for a fan meetup, Al.
Where? In Norway, South Africa, or Canada? Or do we average...
In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, we average the locations we get somewhere out in the middle
Greenland.
of the Atlantic.
Hey, if we make enough
ship or something.
Yeah, if we make enough money, we can just get a super yacht and then just go like,
This is what we
Gabe's yacht
want to use our ATS money from.
This is what we want to waste our fortune on. It's just
hey guys, we rented a yacht for the weekend.
Cost all of the money we've ever made. We're now just incredible. Oh man. Okay. And then a bunch of comments.
Yeah. I mean, we've been going almost 4 hours here, so we probably should wrap this up here. Maybe we can.
It's 2:47 a.m. It's pretty good for me.
There you go.
How long is the average hot path show?
Usually we're around 2 hours, but usually, I mean, it's just like, me and Danny talking about something or whatever. But this will probably be one of the longest, maybe.
Oh, there you go. Well, as deserved.
It's been great, man. It's been great, you guys.
So cool. We've got so much.
Interesting.
We'll
like,
just,
yeah, Danny should have been here. Then he could have criticized all my ECS code. It'd be great.
He'd be like, update to the newer version where like all this stuff that I worked on is.
Well, Danny. I remember like trying to talk to Danny very long ago back in the oldie Turbo Make games, just when I was kind of like still new and figuring out ECS, and I was quite in there. Danny never replied to me. It was very sad. He kind of, I don't know.
Danny's a busy guy.
Danny. Yeah, I mean, he's got.
He doesn't reply to me sometimes, Danny.
Danny. But yeah, no, I mean, everyone on the Turbo Mix games and in the general Discord and community was very helpful for us learning ECS. There's also a guy called, what's his name? Wilmer Lynn Game Academy or something? Wilmer Lynn GA.
Oh, okay.
He was really nice to listen to. He had a whole nice set of tutorials that were very easy to learn.
Yeah.
And then of course there's all your stuff, Turbo, and it's like, yeah, there's like a lot of nice community resources. A very Unity thing to do. It's like, oh yeah, there's like 50 billion people, and they've all got like just tutorials coming at you, which is great. So yeah, it was very thanks to the community for having all these resources everywhere, and for everyone putting in the time and effort to make them the case. Because otherwise, we wouldn't have had the support and assistance to make the game work as nicely as we have.
Yeah, early like undocumented ECS without community support would have been horrendous. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah. Does anyone have any closing questions before we depart? There's 12 minutes until 4 hours of being live. That's your time window. When it says 4 hours,
stretch all the way.
Might as well. It's like 12 minutes. We can wait a bit longer.
We're approaching one median standard deviation of ATS playtime.
We've been talking less than a player who's been playing ATS. How can we allow this?
Is this a question?
No.
Oh,
it is.
No, I refuse. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Have you decided the name from the suggestion for the Tesla capital owl? No.
Not yet, no. I'm leaning toward just calling it going with the kind of boring option of calling it the Thunderbird, because I already have so many like weird obscure names. Maybe we just need to throw people a bone and give them something they can actually say. We have like the Lammergeier and like
Lammergeier.
People struggle with our names enough. We should give them at least a couple of easy to say ones.
We should probably talk about our like ship naming and stuff, or like maybe our modeling process briefly, and like our inspiration for ships and things. That's something we could quickly talk about.
Why not?
It's not complicated.
Sure.
No. So all of Brendan's ship names. So of course, I mean, we should have faction. We should have a whole ton of ships.
Or like faction naming conventions are different by faction.
Yeah.
Or ship naming conventions.
Brendan's got all sorts of birds, Lammergeiers, goshawks, thrushes.
Yeah.
Those were the names of all the ships?
Yeah. All birds.
Like every ship is named after some kind of bird for the Valkyrie.
Okay.
Is there any particular reason behind that? Like, do you have a real fascination with birds or something, or?
I enjoy birds. I like birds. They're neat.
You like to go bird watching?
I couldn't tell you why Owl Feathers likes birds.
That's
I wouldn't know.
Okay, so we'll put them together now.
No, owls like birds for a very long time, much to the detriment of my sanity.
Also, they're spaceship. They fly.
Yeah, they fly. They're in space.
Enough.
Right. Oh. So yeah, owls just the Valkyrie, which is like bird stuff. Then I have the Contalan, which is all of my weirdly named shenanigans that I just make up. I just make up names for the Contalan. The Contalan's name is also just made up. So
you also made up the word spans. So
I did. Yeah. I mean, yes, to be fair, I make up a lot of things, and Owl has repeatedly been like, "Laps, make up a word for me." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's done this. He's like, I can't think of a name. So I've got like Tollies and Fauses and Atarls and Echidons and Solgasonders and Untresnafalls and all sorts of rest of it. And they're all kind of sort of European informed naming. It's a whole bunch of like sounds that I just stick together, and I just go, okay, there you go.
Alex, do you have any strategy for your naming?
Well, so in my faction there will sort of be two sub-factions in a way. And the first one, which is like the low-tech part, is Roman names. So we have things like Gladiator, Hastati, Dux, Centurion. At least for the ship names, well, the structure names are more descriptive, like Sentry, Cinder, and so on. Well, for the later on, it will probably be like more research lab, like codename-ish things and so on. But that's yet to see, of course, exactly how it turns out.
Yeah, that's the other benefit of having 3 guys making stuff. You get some genuinely weird name deviations between the 3 factions.
Like you don't have just like one designer who's like coming up with all the things, and they're all like kind of vaguely related.
Yeah. They all have like
they feel a lot. They feel
different-
really like unique. I would imagine.
You have birds, Romans, and whatever the hell my faction is, and that's
Colin
great.
words.
Colin words.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Like,
a random thought that occurred to me that I also just feel is worth mentioning. Is just like with regard to patterns. Not a code pattern though, like but rather just a workflow pattern, I guess, as a small indie team, like with 3 people. We do kind of generally have a particular workflow of like how we go about developing things, like not for everything, but for a majority of the time, the way that stuff gets added to the game is that like any of us will mention something on Discord and we'll all discuss it a bit and be like, is this a reasonable idea to add to the game? How, what's a like vaguely sane version of it that we would like to have? And then generally like I'd say I kind of do it, but like I kind of mentioned like doing like pseudocode type thing. I will generally come up with like a general framework for. It's not always me, but often at least like a general framework for how it should function. Like what's a generally like reasonable, again, like pseudocode like implementation of this thing. Then it goes over to, and that's not necessarily even specific to actual code things. It's just like design things, code things, etc. And then Laps is really good at like getting an implementation done quickly and like making it work pretty well. And then a lot of the time it will, like making it work, and then we iterate a little bit on it and get a version of it that works fairly nicely and improve upon it, and then usually comes back to me for like final polishing, making it look nice on like a more front end sort of sense, smoothing out the edges and such. And then Alex often handles optimization of like making it, we have it working, we have it looking nice. How do we make it better?
Nice. You kind of have like your own mini little pipeline of how a lot of the things kind of get implemented.
Yeah, and that's genuinely just down to like what each of us happens to be good at and like how we think about things.
Nice.
And I think for a small team like this, it is valuable to kind of identify what the most efficient workflow in that sense is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say, well, at least I haven't been in the loop on this being a very specific workflow we actually
It's
follow.
not, it's more just something I realized now.
Yeah, because now that you mention it, I generally, like I said, strange code guy, so I generally just notice like, oh, hey, like the other 2 might not have necessarily thought about the entity command buffer being the bottleneck of the particle system, right? But I'm just like, I have been learning about these structural changes like the last 2 weeks and stuff. And then, I have like weird perspective to just randomly come to like a random system and do an improvement that, takes a reasonable amount of time. That is something less than necessarily rewriting the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things that's like never explicitly stated, like, hey, we're going to do it's going to start with Brendan, going to go to Luke, then to Alex, but it's just more like,
it's an immersion
things
thing.
they just kind of naturally emerge. Like you kind of fell into that work pattern.
Yeah.
Because we each have fundamentally different strengths in the way we like to do work. So to use a nice example that's been very relevant over the last couple of months is our campaign writing.
Yes.
And general kind of campaign level design. So sadly, Alex hasn't been able to be part of it really because he's had to kind of put his head down and get Tycon done. So he's sadly not been able to participate. But in terms of me and Brendan, so I'm a frustratingly prolific writer, as Brendan would say.
Yes.
I just I just put my fingers down and I go. And I write stuff, but it's very easy for me to just put ideas to paper and just go crazy. But I struggle with refinement of topics and making things kind of nice and gel and get them nice and coherent. So then I call in Brendan to come and do a second pass. And with him and me, we refine things and we change things. And we go, okay, well, this could be better like this. Or I'll call in Alex to get character support and how he wants certain things to be handled for Tycon or for certain character interactions. And so in that way, we have a very nice team refinement process for our narrative, where it's not just one lead writer going and doing stupid stuff and thinking he's a brilliant guy, but it's all of us putting our brain together to refine stuff and make stuff nicely, which has resulted in quite a satisfying story.
Yeah, like we generally for writing, it's like all of us discuss what for each of our faction campaigns, the one whose faction that is did like the outline of the story, and then when it comes to going through it with a little bit of a finer comb, we have all of us there kind of discuss it and like agree upon it, and then for actually the writing of like the physical words that are going to appear in the game, Laps is very good at just producing like you said, just getting words on paper, getting the concept across, getting all the information that needs to be there. And then I usually come in afterwards and I'm like, okay, how do I make this fully consistent? Make sure it matches all of the lore. Make sure that this doesn't contradict anything else, smooth out the dialogue, fix typos, stuff like that. And that's that's just generally the way we do stuff.
I will also just in general like to say, like, we don't really have a leader or project lead or anything like that. Like, we generally seem to value each other's opinions and on things equally. So, like, for instance, there are things I have wanted, but we talked about it, and then I opted against it, and the same goes for both of the other two. So we generally just, hey, I have an idea, throws it out in the chat, and then like vaguely over the next 1 hour to 2 months, we figure out if that's something we are actually going to implement. And then like one of us might just implement it like 4 months later if we have a spur of inspiration. But then of course, if it still doesn't work out, then but the point is, like, there is not one of us that just goes and does our own thing without consulting with the other two. Like, in the end, the group, like, okay, if you can make it digestible, right? Like, if you just implement it one day and then do it in a way that is digestible and can work in the end, sure. Like, if the other two just say fine, then it will go, right? But again, like, all three of us have the last word together on things, and that way we have avoided making some choices that could have been pretty annoying.
Yeah, and that's good. You guys have 3 people, so it's not like, you're never really going to be split on a decision. It's either going to be 2 versus 1 way or the other, or everyone's on board with that.
No, yeah, we have a democratic understanding there, because like, if 2 guys are okay with it and the other one isn't, then we move ahead because we need to make progress and we need to do stuff.
And also,
but also
like,
we
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go. I was just going to say we respect each other and we want to respect each other. So like, we don't have a dictator. I would say I would say that, like, I'm very frenetic, and so I tend to take a leadership role in just going to go do stuff. But I don't want to be dictatorial. So in that sense, we don't have a leader. We don't have like a dictator. We don't have some guy that's going like, oh, this is going to be this way. But
and a lot of how it works out in practice, I find, is that one of us will propose an idea, and then we'll have like one person proposes a thing, one person is against it, and then the third person will be like, oh, but maybe, I have some objections to this, but maybe we can modify this idea in a bit of a different way, and then everyone gets on board with like the modified version of it. That's something that happens very frequently. Mr. Awesome asks, do you have a design doc to track things, or is it more organic? We used to have a design doc. We tried it. It got way too annoying and fiddly, manually updating it every time we did a thing. And every
Not the first time I've heard someone say that.
Literally, just the work managing it was excessive.
Yeah.
And when every time we'd get behind on updating it, it would be like, it becomes a progressively large. The more you get behind on updating it, the progressively more of a pain it gets to update it, and eventually we just abandoned it. And it's just organic.
Same thing with like Trello and other things. We've tried to use it, and we just don't care after a while because we move faster than we write it down. We write it down, it's there for like a moment, and then it's done the next day, or irrelevant, or we change plans, or we fix this to fix that, or we've decided this thing is like being pushed off like 2 weeks or whatever. And
I feel like that's how you got to be with game development, especially indie game development. It's like, things emerge that, are cool, or, things end up like being not as cool as you thought they might be. So
it's just raw frenetic speed.
Yeah. Again, the biggest bottleneck is really dev time. So like just the overhead of having to manage something like a design document, or manage any kind of like more administrative type thing, is not really something that's desirable.
I get it.
I mean, it's not to say that we're devoid of organization. We do have places where we try to note down stuff that we need to get done.
It's all like on Discord now.
Yeah, it's just on Discord. It's just in channels, and we just keep track of it or remove it as need be. And even those things don't really get updated, but they don't need to be. We just kind of have them as reminders of items we need to remember to go deal with. Because the biggest danger to us is just forgetting to do stuff. We know if we've done it because we've had to spend the time to do it. But remembering that we need to go do something is more important. So, it's just kind of a general flow. And I mean, like, we trust each other to do our work. So it's not like I need to go check on Brendan to see if he's built the Eyrie or something. Like, no, it doesn't matter. He's going to do it when he can do it, and when it's done, it's done. So in many ways, we don't have to waste energy on additional administration or managerial operations, which just streamlines the process. So there you go.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, guys, we're past the 4-hour mark here.
Yeah, 4 hours and 5
minutes. We did it. This is for sure officially the longest episode of the Hot Bath Show. So
yes,
the crown you guys can hold for the time being.
You just send us a little badge we could just put on our games main menu. Holds the longest record.
Longest Hot Bath Show.
That'd be great to just have there with no context. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, no, thank you guys all so much for coming on. I think we got a ton of good questions answered from you guys. A lot of great insights on your experience of game dev with Dots over the past couple of years here. I think a lot of people found a lot of value from it. So again, thank you all for coming on, and of course, massive congratulations on the success of your game. I bet that's gonna feel so good to finally have it out. It is kind of still in the early access phase, but you're actually kind of seeing some of the fruits of your labor. So that's very exciting. So I guess we can just go around the room real quick and just say goodbye to everyone. If you have any final words, things you want to shout out, feel free to do so. But Luke, thanks for coming on. And you got anything to say to the people?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm just happy to be here. If you want to have us on again, you're more than welcome to ask sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice to chat. It's nice to.
I have a feeling there are like more things that we can still get into and discuss.
From a narrative design and game balance, I mean, there's a bloody massive mountain of stuff you could chat about there. I mean, we've just talked about the code and tech side of things, but what was I going to say? Oh no, now I've derailed myself. Amazing. Great. Okay. Thanks for having us on. There you go.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Brendan.
Thanks.
What do you got to say?
It's been a good time chatting. Thanks for having us on. Appreciate it. Hope everybody got their questions answered. Got something interesting out of this.
Absolutely. All right,
We hope
Alex,
people enjoyed the
thanks
game.
for coming on as well. And you got any final words to say to the people here?
Yeah, thank you for having us. This has been a pretty cool experience. Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I just want to say, like, if people have like direct questions or anything, at least specifically to me, I am in your server. I think I go
I think we
under
all are,
either
yeah.
Alex or Elio or something like that. But yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And then, yeah, I did in the description of this video put links to the Steam page for Annihilate the Spans, as well as the Skyglow Softworks Discord server. So if you want to join the exclusive community, feel free to do so there.
You're also welcome to pester us with questions there. We literally see everything.
Yeah.
So it's a blessing and a curse.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, thanks again, you guys, and thanks for everyone in the chat joining us here today. A lot of good questions, and yeah, I think this was a great episode overall. So,
thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the questions as
thanks
well.
for having us.
For sure, yeah. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you in the next one.
Have a good night.
Yeah.